remedy the ills of the black community or whatever. And it's like, okay, to a degree, I don't necessarily disagree with that. Like, that obviously is one of the big issues, isn't it? Like, one of the big issues is, like, the fact that white people identifying themselves as a distinct group have had an inordinate influence on, the trajectory of, like, the black community and black culture in America. That is obviously clearly a problem. So, like, acknowledging that, pointing that out, if you were, for instance, to be the kind of guy to say, okay, I acknowledge that, and there's, like, in this kind of microcosm, it's kind of playing out in the same way it has historically, and because of that, actually, you know what, I'm gonna, like, kind of remove myself from this kind of fucking, I'm gonna remove myself from basically, being in some kind of authoritarian role or something, right? It's like, I don't think that's like you being insanely woke and sacralizing like the black community or black people.
Yeah, this is what happens all the time. This is not what happened like.
I can see how I'm almost like contributing to the narrative. Like, these people can't do for themselves. Like, I don't know.
Well, I don't.
Like, in some cases, I agree. Like the white girls having braids in their hair and people saying it's appropriating culture and shit. Like, that's too extreme. But then the other hand, I also agree when it's like, I think people can make that comment or that observation.
Well, I think they were just saying, like, hey, Sam, like, traditionally, white people have an inordinate influence on black people. So, like, we don't like the influence. We don't want any more influence. We want you to leave us completely alone. That kind of, like, makes sense. But I don't think that's, like, what's being asked. I think what's being asked is, like, treat us with, like, the utmost, like, in any even mild, like, insult to my dignity is seen as this, like, grave moral infraction. Such that when I say a colored person versus person of color have, like, deeply wounded you, this is, like, they are doing something psychological that isn't just, hey, like, this isn't, stop influencing, like, black culture, I don't like it. Like, they are, like, they have a sort of moral framework that they are, like, applying to the situation that I think is harmful.
Right. Why can't I just call them coloreds? Is that a problem?
I mean, you already do, Andrew, so I mean, I don't know why. Like, that's literally what's changing.
The good ship Jesus has already sailed.
Well, let me just say this. There's somebody on stage with the name of Ooh, and I want you to look at their picture. They asked in the chat if anybody else's eyes are itchy. I think that's a good question. Secondly, Sasha is in the audience, and you might want to bring her up. Thirdly, you're probably going to get reported for racism, doing oppression.
What do they call that shit? What do they call that? Like when, like there's one where it's like, is anything kind of porous? Like people have this phobia or aversion to like images that depict like basically porous objects. That's one. There's like another one where it's like just like more broadly, where people have just like this phobia of kind of like grotesque images, like you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, you mean like decency?
No, there's like no, well, I was trying to think of another way. It's not just grotesque, but it's like disconcerting images.
Trypophobia. He said it. Whatever it is. What is it?
Who said it?
Yes.
Trypophobia.
Trypophobia.
But that's the one with the porous holes. That's not the uncanny one. Which I don't think there's a word for that empathy. I think Andrew's right. It's just like people don't like that shit.
Being a normal person.
Yeah, they don't think that. People. Wait, you're telling me people don't like looking at organs just like ripped out of bodies? Like we need a word for that. Like,
but listen, it was on my third point when Timothy got into that. The third one is you're probably going to get reported for racism or oppression. And Chris in the chat said oppressed people. And he said that makes sense because you kicked him down. I'm like, well, Sam is a Jew, so that does make sense.
And Chris kicked him down.
Well, I moved them down because I thought they were.
Let me guess why.
I thought they were rambling and they were.
Yeah. You should have let me guess because I would have guessed correctly.
Yeah, Timothy, you probably like this. You probably like this kind of Sam. You probably like this.
Generally speaking, I'm cool with Sam's moderation. The only thing
you probably like Justin. Justin is probably going to be one of Sam's favorite guests because Justin doesn't overtalk. He doesn't interrupt. He doesn't do and he's very.
He says retarded shit. Shit.
No, Justin. Okay, on some topics, I love Justin. He's great.
Yeah.
He just confirms your realism thesis.
No, Justin's awesome.
He motivates.
You know,
You don't know the average black IQ? Exhibit A or
no. Justin's got everything right. He's got young earth creationism. He's a theist. He's right wing, against the woke, pro-Trump, against abortion. All this. He's just got it all. Pro-gun. And he's black. I mean, literally, you cannot have. That is like the perfect cornucopia of a person right there. That's why you guys need to start loving him.
He
more.
just thinks that God is physical. He's just like living in Andromeda.
Well, okay, all right. Well, I don't like that part. Let me be honest. That's a little bit rough. I'm not sure what to make of that. It might be actually extreme. It might be so heretical. I don't know what to. I'm not sure about that one. I have to. It's kind of rough because he's right on like almost everything. But then, like when he starts getting into God is physical, and you pop out a telescope and you can see God, and I'm like,
right? Justin literally spends his nights like looking for like his ancestors in the fucking whatever galaxy in the heaven galaxy.
He's like, now for another chapter of my book.
Yeah, there's like some fucking, I don't know, like some meteor or something. There's like some big event. There's a solar eclipse or something like, and everyone's got their telescope pointed in one way, and they look at Justin, and his telescope is pointed in the opposite direction. He's like, I'm looking for grandma.
Oh, it's so good. Oh, I love it. That's perfect. I mean, that's great. That's spot on. Oh gosh, I love Justin. He's so good. You guys will appreciate him more and more over time. But you just need to.
I never will. Ever.
Yeah, you will. You will.
Ever.
You just need to recognize, brother. He's a good dude. He was 2 feet from Trump. He said he felt like reaching out, but he didn't do it. He said he thought he might make a mistake. He might get starstruck and push somebody out.
He was definitely a straw. I'm not sure if it's...
Yeah. Oh, that's too good. A white leader is an oxymoron. Did you kick Galen down too? Sam, I just want to point out you moved down 2 black people.
Yeah, but Abe and Timothy and like Justin and like So I mean, if I was kicking down only black people, I would agree that would be.
Did you say Abe? What Abe are you talking about?
Actually, that would be right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought his name was Chinadu Abe, but it's Chinadu Abe or Ade.
It's Ade, yeah.
Abe's white, and he's the guy we were talking to yesterday. That's not.
Yeah, he's the non-intransigent guy. He's the amenable guy.
Yeah.
Henceforth, he shall be known as
Chinadu is not amenable. He'll call you out on your bullshit.
No, I said Abe.
Abe.
No, the joke is that like we all called him intransigent, and you were like, But what happened with you and Sully? Like I was half asleep. I was like napping after work, and I heard you guys. What was going on there?
You mean like when I was yelling at him earlier today?
Yeah, like I couldn't fully hear exactly.
Well, I
woke
said
up a little bit and I left the room.
So there's a common trope with people in fights with Sully where Sully will correct someone on something, and then the person will be like, "Hey, so I googled it, and that's not." So he was like, "You're using the open window doesn't mean just the realm of acceptable discourse the way you're using it." And then like I just like googled it, and like it just means that this is the first line of Wikipedia, and that like. And then, like, he was saying, well, I'm not saying right now you're using the term wrong, but, like, you used the term wrong in the past. And I was like, do you think it's likely that I changed how I use a term? But, like, if I used the word squirrel a month ago and I use the word squirrel now, do you think I've changed how I'm using the word squirrel? Do you think it's, like, a plausible hypothesis, Sully? And I was kind of just, like, mad at him for, like, sometimes he'll just, like, condescendingly correct me on things where, like, at least Google it first before you do.
Condescending?
Yeah.
Sully?
Yes.
Can we hear from Oo? Because I'm really excited.
Yeah.
Sully did a similar thing to me yesterday.
Hey, it's fine. I'm just, like, kind of listening to the chat. It's pretty interesting. Or not the chat, but, like, the voice of the chat, and it's pretty interesting.
How are your eyes doing, Oo?
They're kind of itchy.
Your picture is kind of unsettling, and I don't love it. Like, why are you doing
it's acceptable.
I don't know. It's pretty fascinating.
That's the whole point. Like, that's the point of it.
Like, why do you want to be unsettling to people? Do you like?
I don't really intend to mainly be unsettling, but thanks for mentioning that. I might consider unselling this images and change it to something else.
Yeah, like I mean, if your goal is to cause people to feel unsettled, then you've succeeded. But if your goal is to just like have people be generally happy, like you failed with that one.
Well, can we help him? The eyes? Maybe he needs help with his eyes.
You know, it's just interesting that someone would like intentionally do that to themselves, like jump off a cruise ship. And like I watched her like interview or something, and it's like she jumped over a cruise ship, and she was there for like hours, and like she saw darkness, and I was just like so fascinated by that like someone would choose to do that. That I thought that.
I have no like. What's the? Is it?
Wait, what's
the idea that the woman in the picture? What is? I don't get it. What are you saying?
She jumped off a cruise ship and did this to herself.
Yeah,
wait, what happened?
It's kind of interesting.
Wait, what happened? Tell the story. What happened?
I mean, I'm looking into the story right now. She seems like a domestic violence victim or something, and she jumped off a cruise ship. And during the interview, she said that she just saw darkness, and it's just kind of an interesting idea that someone would choose to like go to a cruise ship and then jump off of it. Like was she high? Was she in so much pain that she thought that was a better thing to do or something?
Do you find Ted Bundy to be interesting?
No, I think Ted Bundy's a bad person. Yeah.
This lady might be too. She jumped off a cruise ship.
No, but like what? How would you like score your kind of researching abilities, like 1 to 10?
Probably a 4 or 5.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Pretty honest. I like that. Ooh, are you a theist? Do you mind if I ask you real quick? Because before you go anywhere, I know Chinity wants to come in with some black nonsense, but I just want to know.
Did you just say black nonsense?
Yes. But ooh, right.
You get more and more fucking offensive day by day. No, I don't, bro. At this point, I don't know if it's even.
Timothy,
I don't know if you can even be classified as humor.
Sam, you gotta make Andrew Maude for that.
Timothy, he sees my high class racism, and that emboldens him with his low class racism. You know what I mean? So like,
yeah, you gotta make the
I do this. I think I am partly responsible for emboldening this kind of behavior.
Really are. You've been saying the
At this point, it's just gonna be like a fucking like an N word followed by some giggles, like, and then like maybe like a you get it. You get it? Yeah, hold on. Come on.
You guys get it? Was my timing off? Yeah.
Wait, what was it? Oh, I was remember. What was the Justin one again? Fuck, that one had me dying. Like, how did he try to like gesture at the joke? No, yeah, no. And then like he ran for cover, like no.
That's not like something Paul would do.
No, do you remember when Justin told his story that you found hilarious? Sorry, that you referred to as a joke.
Yeah.
That you found hilarious. Yeah, it's like the Uber passengers in the back were like, "Did you vote for Kamala?" And then he looks and he pauses. He looks at it. No. And then, everybody laughs. There's like a laugh track in the background.
There's a guy in the chat that said "Black to the Future." Black to the Future is awesome.
Andrew, you get it? It had black in it. Come on.
Exactly. But are you? Do you believe in God? Ooh. Are you there, buddy? Ooh.
Yeah, I'm here. I believe in God.
You do, or you do not?
I believe in God.
Are you a Muslim?
I'm not a Muslim.
Are you Christian?
What are you?
I'm like agnostic. My parents are all like at least my grandparents are all like Anglicans or something.
Did you just say you believe in God and you're an agnostic?
Yeah, I believe in God and I'm an agnostic. I'm not sure. I don't know like the exact religious terms and stuff, but I believe in God and I'm agnostic.
Okay. Well, you probably don't want to carry those two together. Maybe more like.
Nah, you're fine, dude. That makes perfect sense. You're good.
Don't endorse that.
There's a bunch of like there's a bunch of like grammar and concept Nazis on the stage like what do you mean they're compatible.
What do you think?
Like, I think it's reasonable.
What do you think it means, Timothy?
I mean, like if Bill Gates is an agnostic, that would mean that he's kind of like as close to Islam as he is to Christianity, and I don't think that he's as close to Islam as he is to Christianity. So like, I think being agnostic can mean that you're closer to Christianity than you are to Islam. But I would say that I'm definitely like within. I don't know. I don't think I'm a Christian, but like, I mean, I think I'm a Christian, but I don't think I'm like more Christian than like Islamic or something. But
You sign up. You think that's all good?
Sounds like deism, Andrew.
Well, Timothy's given him the black card.
I want to talk in Islam. Salaam alaikum. Alaikum salam. My hands on the G. That right battle. That was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it was the best. We need to get Jay back in.
We need to find someone that can. We need to find someone that can match my rap battle.
No,
Actually, Pro Lyrical can beat me. Never mind.
Dude, Pro Lyrical just dropped an album, you guys. I want to promote it for him. He just,
You know the juvenile lady said? She said, "You got a record?" He said, "Yeah, bitch, I got a record. My record's so long, I'm about to put out an album." Don't mind me.
Pro, you want to tell us what's up, brother?
Sure, man. Just dropped the album a couple hours ago.
Hey.
It makes great wall art, so buy the vinyl. But yeah, I did vinyl too. So if you click the link that I had in chat earlier, I'll put it up again. But it's a save link that turned into the streaming link for the audio for wherever you listen to music.
Is it Dr. Plord?
Yeah, that's my last name. Yeah.
Cool.
That's the academic name. But
Cool.
Professor Lyrical Dr. Plord.
Sweet, man. I'll check it out.
Definitely. My man Jay Johnson produced all the tracks. He's the same guy who did my No Video single that came out earlier this year. It's got like 250,000 plays for us, which for us is really big. And there's like 15 tracks on there. So yeah, it's kind of lo-fi, kind of mostly a lot of keys and relatively organic, but still, still sounds relatively modern for classic style hip hop. It's a little updated, you know what I mean?
Nice, man. That's awesome.
For an old man like me. You know what I'm saying?
You're gonna have to battle with Sam one day.
Yeah, one day we'll have to have a rap battle. Even though I know I'll get cooked.
I don't know why everyone always thinks two people rap at the same time. It's always battling, you know what I mean?
That's true, bro.
No, it is though. Like if it like someone
Isha.
hip hop is inherently
I
competitive.
shit in my pants, Isha. Shut my pants.
I mean, I'm the best.
I shut my pants, Dr. Isha.
So you can. Here's a perfect example, right? On the album, there's a track called BI, like I handle my business, right? I rap second. The guy who raps first is in my duo, which we call Pro Quo, right? We never think of it as like I think he's better than me, and he's like, bro, you're crazy. Your lyrics are like the fucking best in the world. Excuse me, but I'm like, yeah, but you see, he's not like a lyricist. He's like flow and vibe. You know what I'm saying? So you hear us back to back, it never sounds like competition or anything. It just sounds like we complement each other really well.
Well, it's just you guys are friends. It's like, but if it's like, if there was like a stack where there's like mad, like I don't know, there's like more people than you two.
Yeah.
Like, then 100%.
Right.
Like, I know in your mind, you'd be like, one of us is the best in this stack.
Yeah, I mean, it's so subjective. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think at what I do I think I'm world class at what I do, but not everybody's trying to do what I do. You know what I mean? So you can hear somebody else be like, yo, that dude's incredible. I might say it too, but I try to, be my biggest fan. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've mastered definitely what it is that I do, but you have to like what that is. And if you do, my little core group of fans will, they'll be like, yo, this dude is blah, blah, blah. And then you hear somebody else be like, what? I don't listen to that kind of garbage. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry, Dr. Lyrical, you're boring as fuck. And your music sucks too. Who the fuck wants to listen to Dr. Lyrical, Pro Lyrical when they want to listen to good music?
You go into like Union Square Park, and there's just like, I show up in my kimono, like the one I'm literally wearing in my profile picture. And like show up, it's a bunch of dudes that are like it's like 90% black dudes. It's just like redheaded in a kimono. Just start rapping. It's like
That's fucking cringe, Dr. Zach. Fucking
Yeah, like if I saw you in sorry, no, as I say, if I saw you in the kimono, like somebody asked you, like, oh, you know, this person is like a transhumanist, and they like, you know, in the future they want to like, I don't know, be transformed into some digital fucking animal or something. That's like, what do you think they'd want to? What do you think? What animal would you think they'd choose? I would 100% pick peacock. There's like no way I wouldn't pick a peacock or butterfly.
I wore drapes, Looney Tune drapes that we had. Me and this dude that we used to rap together in my group. It was during like the DOS effects era when everything was like, you know, cartoons and cereal and all that kind of stuff. We had like Looney Tune drapes on. This dude called it. We were on a television show. That's what we decided to wear because, you know, we figured that was good. This dude calls in. He's like, "Yeah, those dashikis." Like, nah, they ain't dashikis, bro. These are drapes. It's like, y'all rocking the drapes, man. My boy posted a picture of it. He has a picture. I didn't even know he had a picture. We posted a picture last year and stuck it on my Facebook page. I was like, yo, bro, it's out of control. So, actually, you want to hear a piece of something?
Yeah, drop it.
Go.
All right, this is called. Well, this is BI. So the first guy rapping is Quo, who I think is a beast, and then I'm second. I'm trying to pick up the energy a little bit to juxtapose. Here we go.
If I had something to say, I'ma get your ground sound like studio. Yeah, Leonardo da Vinci Picasso. A-track Atari, I'm slanging mentos. Lay back Ferraris when the facts exposed. Lay back Konami, hard knocks don't pose. Sumo on tsunami, all winds just blow. Student off the hobby, in the alley, that's cold. Hustle by a palm tree, barely out of road. With the oxy, shit ain't shaking all pole. Now keep it not me, dance you out of your souls. Cute philosophy, like eating that stone. Used to play Monopoly, the rat race blows. Give me my economy, coal in the gold. Headshot to a zombie, resurrect, let's go. Go with it, Tommy, keep the figure J-Lo.
You in their right mind, thinks they ready for pro now. Read my email signature, I am him as the pro now. You know how we write rhymes, loving that pro quote sound. But slip my 45 with the jacket and throw me Motown. Throw down, I'm steady revolving it up in your town. Wrote for so many already, call it a ghost town. I handle my 357 hammer like Oaktown. Leaving so many names in these tablets, you'll have to scroll down. So many talents, it's hard to believe they all be good. Names I label stars in the streets and all of Hollywood. Probably could body you one-on-one real comfortably, but these steed leaguers trying to just stick with a team like Summer League. Summer League, the numbers that translate to the pro game. Even if it's true, they ain't never seen that cocaine. No name rappers can get it too if they so veins. You think before you pop out, Papa, catch the road rage.
If I had something to say, I'ma run around town like city all day. Holding my ground like baby don't play. Holding my ground like baby don't play. If I had something to say, I'ma run around town like city all day. Holding my ground like baby don't play. Holding my ground like baby don't play.
You know these artists is hardly seeing no progress. It's all these streaming services serving them empty promises. Hearing the promising rappers and taking hostages. Owing their relatives so they become these pharmacists. Non-credential with no degrees from these colleges. Initials lacking after their name, same as their confidence. Public defended releasing their own recognizance. Done with the game like Dre and half a Compton is. This is the grown man B.I. You know them always. When I open the backstabbers like OJ's. Don't wanna see us revert back to our old ways. Keep your present tense, no one gets hurt, no OJ. This is the grown man B.I. You know them always. When I open the backstabbers like OJ's. Don't wanna see us revert back to our old ways. Keep your present tense, no one gets hurt, no OJ.
If I had something to say, I'ma run around town like city all day. Holding my ground like baby don't play. Holding my ground like baby don't play.
Backstabbers like OJ. Guy.
Nice, man. Congrats, man. Good job.
Yeah, let's go.
Wait, so yeah, yes. Sorry, I'll brush my up the hill, but they said you're gonna drop an album.
Nah, I can only freestyle. I'm not good with the pen.
You just do like an album of like impromptu freestyle. That could be the USP. Yeah, straight from the mind of a peacock.
Yeah, I mean, I sometimes think I should combine my different arts that I do, like combine my AI stuff with my photography with my rapping. Just do like and maybe my philosophy, just combine it into one thing. It seems hard.
Yeah,
to do
I don't wanna. I told you I don't wanna buy bullshit digital art, and that's not to say your art is bullshit. It's just that, like digital art generally, I would never really purchase that. Maybe like an NFT project or something, but that's because it's like a financial instrument, like an asset. But you should do what I was telling you about with the cause guy, and like print T-shirts. I tried to get like a theme going, and maybe some characters and stuff, and start printing tees. Not buy them, like put them on the site. I'll buy them shits.
Well, I don't know if I'm gonna have like consistent characters, but I think putting T-shirts using the AI stuff I do with the T-shirts is a good idea.
Yeah, but like a lot like you see, like obviously selling art pieces is like very lucrative, but like having like multiple revenue streams, especially for like a lot of these artists, these like underground artists, graffiti artists and stuff, and doing collaborations with like big companies is a really good way to go. Because it's like, it's like, I think like that was a big incentive for artists to move to like digital platforms and to like create NFT projects and stuff because of the residual income, like the royalties and stuff. But you get that a lot with the collabs, with the big brand collabs, isn't it? Which is like why it's really good. Like getting a percentage on all of the sales, well, like you're really good at money.
Yeah.
Oversized though. If you're making the teas, make them oversized.
Have you heard this redhead Jewish rapper, Sam, that I'm telling you about? His name, you need to hear him. He's pretty wild, dude. Huh? What'd you say?
What's his name? What's his name?
His name's Bez Believe. And I'm gonna put a link in. Yeah. What? Why are you laughing?
That's a good name.
It is a good name. Here, I'm putting this in the chat. So you guys.
Oh, wait, I've seen this guy.
Yeah, forget you, Sam. You need to watch this clip that I'm putting in there right now. He calls out all the rappers, he calls out the pedophiles, all the people that are involved in all this stuff. It's great. He's pretty concerning, but yeah, you'll like him. I mean, he looks like he's straight out of prison. I don't know, but yeah, no, he's like, I'm not. He just calls out everybody. He's like,
you ever watch
This is
Save
like
That Money by Lil Dicky? You Save That Money by Lil Dicky?
My Little what?
Lil Dicky has a song called Save That Money. It's all about saving money rather than spending it. It's a Jewish rapper. It's really funny.
There's Little Dicky, but I've never heard of
That guy telling.
Yeah, Andrew, have you seen Save That Money, the music video?
No.
Oh, you got it. It's just him rapping about how he's bragging about how.
Oh yeah. Little Dicky, right? Not Little Dicky. Little Dicky.
Little Dicky.
I was like, wait, what did you say about my little Dicky?
Yeah, My Little Dicky.
Sorry. Awful.
That's the best name in the world, Little Dicky. Yeah.
But by the way, my AI art stuff is just like me trying to make the most beautiful shit I can possibly make, and it's like not about I don't know. There's a whole
making
like,
money. I get it.
Yeah. I go to art gallery. I went to an art gallery recently, and I gave a presentation, and I understand that people have a bit of a reticence to talk about AI art or whatever. But when I explained to them my philosophy behind it of listen, guys, you don't understand. I just spend hours and hours trying to make the most beautiful possible thing I can possibly create, and I throw out 99% of everything I create. And I'm just this I have this sort of I don't know. I was well received. People wanted to buy my shit, so I was pleasantly surprised by that.
Can we talk about how Pro Lyrical said backstabbing like OJ? Hold on. Now, what if isn't that kind of messed up since we know OJ didn't do it?
So Backstabbers was a song.
Didn't do it. Exactly.
Oh, Pro.
always think is like, okay,
Bro.
people always want to blame OJ for like.
How'd you feel now, Andrew? Huh?
But
Yeah.
like Nicole Simpson, like, you know what I mean? Like, if you were OJ and then you're like, your wife is cheating on you with like another man in your house, like, how are you gonna feel?
But you're aware. I mean, he's not guilty, right? Of course, OJ didn't do it.
Well,
right. So
I think. Listen, I think it was like one of those cases of like justifiable homicide. You know what I mean? Like where like if you do something that provocative,
Okay,
it's almost
that's
self-defense
slander.
at that point.
That's like slander. That's like.
yeah, he didn't kill
What
anybody.
are you trying to say, Sam? Are you trying to say that the glove fit? Huh, Sam? Huh?
The glove, you must. Wait, come on.
Well, I was the whole glove doesn't fit thing is so funny because like you can always just not fit your hand into anything. Like I don't know, you can like I can pretend that my sock doesn't fit on my foot. You know what I mean? Like, oh, it's not going on. That's why. It's not hard to do.
But did they try to pull? How did that work? Did like he try? I didn't actually watch him try to put it on. Did he
No,
try to put it on?
I just know the slow.
I'm gonna watch the clip of him trying to put the glove on because that's just I've never actually like.
I want to see it too. Does anybody know what happened?
Either way, the brilliance of it's just gonna be like a testament to the brilliance of Johnny Cochran.
It was always stupid. I said the same thing back in the day when that happened. I'm like, first of all, these are tight gloves to begin with, and it's not like the dude thought that thing out. So obviously it was a passion thing. You're gonna grab anything you have, right? It's like, oh, I'm just gonna put this.
No, but like they're like
They do. They fit. They literally fit. What the
I
fuck?
know. That's the other thing. I mean,
They literally fucking fit. What the fuck?
No, they don't. Look, the point is
They were a little
the
snug.
point is, like, would he have purchased those gloves? Like someone who's of the someone who's as perspicacious as O.J. Simpson. Do you think someone like him would have purchased the gloves that are a size too small for him? Like, come on, be serious.
Oh, because of a little double entendre. You know, I did a Timothy shout out in those lyrics too. Did
For real?
Did you catch it?
No, like with just Timothy, the name Timothy.
Well, when I started out, I said, "Who in their right mind think they're ready for pro now? Read my email signature. I am him is the pro now."
Let's go.
There you go. You know how.
See, have that in my fucking bio.
That's it, man.
Yeah, change my bio. Yeah, no, I think that's when I first came on the app. It was like, I am him. I think was my username.
Right. I just think pro is my pronoun, so I was like,
Yeah.
This glove fitting thing is pretty wild, you guys. It's wild.
It literally fits. It literally does fit him.
He's like, look. He's like, I mean, look at this, and it's like fitting perfectly. No, this is too good. He's putting them on right now. Oh no, wait. Oh, he's acting like, and he's like grunting. He's like grunting. Oh, he's like, He's like, this is crazy. You guys would have me do this. Oh my gosh! Wow, that fits like a glove. Yeah, Sasha, OG didn't do it, right? Ali, Sasha. Anybody want to weigh in there? Of course.
Ali Sasha, was that?
Ali, well, there's Ali's on stage, so Sasha.
Sorry, I can't see the thing. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were calling it like Sasha's new name. Like Sasha the Muslim.
Good name.
So you went from Sasha the Nice to Sasha the Muslim.
Yeah.
That's the one trajectory, right, Sam?
That's right.
She goes from like Sasha the slaver to like Sasha the abolitionist to like, Sasha the fucking apartheid, enforcer to Sasha the Nice to Sasha the Muslim. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. Anyway, we see him down there is he said you're being oppressive to him as well. Sam, you must know why.
Sam, you wanna see the
I have okay, guys. My moderation policy is like I really like good discussions. If someone's being kind of tedious, I'll move them down. And like if I find someone is like not systematically doesn't do good things, I won't bring them up. And like I think it's better. And like I understand that people will be mad at me, and I'm like making enemies on this app by my like desire to like be exclusive. But like I don't know, I just like guess I don't care that much.
Okay. Well, if CM, are you saying CM doesn't make good contributions?
CM a bad guy.
But The problem with CM is, I mean, he can make good points sometimes, but then sometimes I don't like.
CM's honestly one of my favorite people. Yeah. Us math dudes, we stick. You know what I'm saying?
Stick together like Velcro. Anyway, I've not had the best interactions, but I'll keep an open mind. But I want to pass
you a tic-tac-toe, bro.
I bet. I mean, actually, I don't
play us in tic-tac-toe.
Wait, like it's a solved game. Like you guarantee it.
That was the joke, bro. That was the joke.
I would. How are you at chess, bro?
I'm all right. I mean, I'm not sitting around like my 11-year-old son is every night at dinner practicing opening moves and watching them on YouTube all day.
That's funny that he's doing that.
He's got a kid in his school. He told me the kid's like top 10 for his age group. And then my son was doing this project last week, right? When the parents had to come in, go around, look at the book report, art show and stuff. Going around the thing, I'm like, oh, you're like 10th in your age group, right? He goes, no, I'm ranked like 10,000. It's like my son was gassing you up a bit, bro. He's like, well, no, 10,000 is still really good. And I was like, no doubt, I'm not throwing shit.
We're in the
I'm
world.
saying 10,000. We got a factor going on there. We got to account for. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, but he's 10,000th in the world.
I think in his age category.
That's still pretty
Okay,
crazy.
but like globally though. Yeah, but globally though.
Yeah. He's like,
yeah, that's like one school in India. It's like one classroom in Mumbai.
Andrew, talking about this wild business. Actually, I'm driving, so if I'm not audible.
Yeah, it's hard to understand you, bro.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, you don't like CM's hip hop style?
Wait, does he rap?
No, he likes hip hop.
Oh, well, I don't think he's seen me rap, and I don't know if he raps. So.
Bro, well, let's here's your chance. You know what I'm saying? Look, here you go. Let's go, Sam. Yeah. Look at the intro. Yeah. Push it like a slow pinto, but not the beans like the SS Minnow. I think that was some Gilligan. All these rappers got skill again. They trying to bring it back to the mill again. It's me and Sam again. No mulligans. We got that Rosen bag. When MCs are trying to throw it down, they know they getting toe tagged. So fast from the pro in fact. Just dropped an album a couple hours back. You should go get that and check that. Dr. Claude, that's the last name. They used to call me Lord Claude, like the sword's name. Excalibur was the group. The way I represent for you, I'm waiting for Sam to come in on the two.
Yeah.
Because we could play tic-tac-toe too.
Yeah.
Jump on the beat.
Yo.
CM can hear how sweet.
Yo, there's a guy, his name is DM. He's always up inside my DM. He's like, Sam, can you bring me up? And I'm like, no, you need to shut the fuck up. Because you overtalk, you slur your words, and the shit you say, too absurd. Maybe if you didn't motherfucking ramble, then I'd let you on my stage for a sample. Give you taking them to the stage. Then probably I will fucking rage because you fucking talking and interrupt me. So I think you can come with me.
Oh no, I didn't know this was gonna be a diss show. Yo,
diss track.
You could both grow your beards and have a beard battle. That would be a weird battle. Yo, MCs get slayed like cattle, get branded on the back. MCs in fact are whack. Looking at the audience, I'm seeing Timothy with the cross in front of his name. That's kind of cool. I didn't know that was something you could do in this day and age. Daniel like Nero without the H. Robert, in fact, with a D in front of that. Bring it back like Deer Hunter. In fact, you know what I just did? I said Robert De Niro like when he was a kid. Sasha Myers like Michael when the mic goes ill. I might go psycho like Michael Jackson with his love that's different from OJ. Drinking mine in the breakfast and even if it was a stabber in the back. Keeping one eye open for that. In fact, on the track, my mind is too fast for y'all to possibly think and keep up. The way that I freestyle makes you think that I have to mess up just to show you it's intentional. Off the top of the head, freestyles to the instrumental. I'm one of the nicest in the world, you better believe that. Put y'all to sleep like Slee Stacks. See that? Believe that. See what I did right there? Believe that? That was the dude you were was talking about that Jewish kid with the red hair. Yeah, I put everything in the freestyle so you know this ain't prepared. Over your head like hair. Yeah, watching it red around the yellow thing. I don't know what it is. I'm trying to think of the name. Oh, it's PTR. Never understood that word. Actually, acronym, but it doesn't even make an acronym. Full to refresh, I guess. Yes, but when you're on club deck, it doesn't work that well. MCs wish that they could tell. How do I get this nice? P to the R to the O to the L-Y-R-I. Cow. Yikes. Spelled my own name. Pro-Liverpool. That's the surname. Never forgot since 3rd grade. I was the nicest playing hopscotch. MCs, they had to watch. I was nice in the pogo stick too. Learn how to juggle too. I do all those useless skills. Except this one when I freestyle, I represent from Level Masters to Mills. When they be getting the rhythm, these rappers can't keep with, speak with. I'm waiting for someone to jump into the cipher and throw a cheap diss.
Next, bro.
Like cheap chick. Like deep dish pizza. I got deep dish rims. 22s in my car spin. They spinning. Rappers know I'm grinning. I always winning. I'm waiting for someone to jump in the beat since the beginning. Sam, jump in. It's the 3rd inning.
You want me to jump in and the fucking rock? This is the last track before we gotta stop. Cause I want to drop some knowledge, but philosophy. Talk about Plato and Socrates.
Yeah, baby. So.
Yo, Sasha, I wanted to have a room. This is about wokeness. Do you have a view on like what wokeness is and where it came from? Sasha, are you there?
Ali will give you his take.
I'm actually really lucky that no one can do an impersonation of me.
Yeah, you be
Like a good one. It's like you can do one that's just like insulting me or whatever. That's cool, but just like actually trying to. Because it's like
Bro can do it of you.
it's like no, you can't.
Yeah, I can.
Look, that's what I'm saying. Look, the point is, you can just mock me, which is cool. Like then it's clear what you're doing. But there's like a real confusion when it's like someone's trying to do a legit impersonation. Hold on, like someone's trying to do a legit impersonation of you, and it sounds like really bad. Like let's say like someone like let's say like someone legit was just like, oh, how are you doing?
Right.
And then someone was like, that wasn't terrible. Do that again?
I was just grabbing the sound. I can usually like hear a sound and kind of recreate it pretty well, but because you have an accent, it would take a little time to nail it. You know, like
well, that's what I feel like if you did.
You a liar? That's what Bernie Sanders. You are a liar at Walmart for $5.45 an hour. Who got? I just cracked myself up too much. I can't keep it straight.
That was pretty good, bro.
Hi, home.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Rubber Ducky, you're the one. You make bath time so much fun. Rubber Ducky, you're the one. My love soul, let me sing it to you.
Hey, I'm the Kermit. I'm the Kermit in this fucking room.
Hi, home. Someday you'll find it.
Pros, go ahead.
Dreamers and me, la-da-dee-da-da-dee-doo. And you know, like when Miss Piggy is Yoda, you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of weird if you. Don't creep one, you have. You know, it's the same voice. Miss Piggy is Yoda. No, messy. I mean, Bert. I mean, Ernie is Kermit the Frog too. Hey, Bert. Rubber Ducky, you're the one. You make bath time so much fun. Rubber Ducky, you're the one. I love soul. Let me sing it to you.
Wait,
You are a liar?
Wait, Miss Piggy and Yoda were voiced by the same person, Frank Oz.
Right.
Who were they?
I mean, Grover too, right? Grover here. It's the same voice. So
That's kind of shit, though. Like he got paid for both roles, and he's doing the same voice.
it's a legend, bro.
Something that I think is so funny is like there's some voice actors on The Simpsons where I think that at least the Simpson voice is just one person who just does the one voice.
Right.
And people are like, oh, that's impressive. It's like, no, like it's not impressive to do
You,
You're doing your own way, exactly.
Yeah, like,
Hey, no,
Yo, my dad
I
used
want to confirm. Just real quick, who's the person who does that? Sorry, just real quick, who's the person? What's their name?
well, like
Who does
Frank
Sticky and
Oz?
Yoda?
Frank
Frank
Oz.
Oz.
I want to
And then
just
Jim
confirm
Henson
he's
was
the entire process.
Kermit.
Give me a second. How do you spell the last name?
OZ.
That's the wizard.
Oh, Frank Oz. Okay, sorry.
So Frank Oz. Can you do the Cookie Monster, bro?
I've never tried. Cookie. I guess that's the same. No, is that the same wizard?
I make
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Hey,
No, you know what?
bro, Timothy doesn't like it when you do that impression.
I forgot this from back in. No, check this out. This is a dope piece of insight that I bet a lot of you don't know. So my dad used to watch the old black and white television show of the Honeymooners with
Great
Jackie
show.
Gleason.
Great show.
Right,
Very
right.
progressive.
Now, here, check this out. I just remembered it when I just did this impression a second ago. I don't think anybody heard me. Yogi Bear and Boo Boo were basically them, and the Flintstones were them. So if you think of Fred and Barney, they were Ralph Cramden and Norton. That's who they were imitating. So back in those days, whatever that was, the 60s or something, I think probably everybody knew that, but to us, that's probably like a revelation. You know what I'm saying? Because like Yogi, you know, like doing that. Hey, Boo Boo, how's a butterfingers biscuit? You know, that whole thing. But when you think of Fred Flintstone, Barney, you know, that's like, you know, like Ralph Cramden, to the moon, all that stuff. It's the same thing. And he's like, nice foot, okay. Nope. It's the same as Norton, you know.
Bro, we need you to master Timothy's impression because we need to make fun of him. So, like, I
can do it.
We gotta get this.
You're never gonna be able to do it. Like there's this weird barrier. That like I think they call it the Atlantic Ocean. It just like doesn't allow Americans to do good English accents.
Bro's gonna get it. If anybody's gonna get it, he's gonna nail it.
I literally know it, but like this is like a mammoth, like a gargantuan task because I don't think there's any American that does.
But what about when he does it, him thing? We actually think it's you talking. We're not looking at our screen.
Yes, and that's it. Then he would have ascended. I mean, fucking
yeah, that's right. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, he's gonna get an Oscar.
I always meant to ask English people, like, when we do an English accent, do you clearly know it's wrong?
Yeah, it's like terrible, but like I think part of that is like given that like
hello, like is that
never, and that's it's
I'm not trying to
like
do you.
Period.
I'm just trying to do it.
No, I know, but it's always some like period kind of Edwardian fucking
hello,
Victorian accent.
Good evening. Good evening. Hello. I'm trying not to do it too
hello.
hard. Hello.
Cheerio.
Bollocks.
Toodle bit.
Yeah. Hello. Good evening.
Tickety boo.
Hello.
Yeah, you can't do it. You can't.
It's sort of gay. It's like to us, it sounds sort of gay.
Oh, I was gonna say there's some words y'all are saying that sound borderline homosexual.
No, but do you know what?
Hello.
That's strange, right? America's obviously far more gay than the United Kingdom is, but no, I was gonna say, you know what's interesting though? Yeah, there's a voice that you're not even familiar with yet because you haven't grown up here, which is like this kind of like London accent, this millennial London accent, and it's so strange for even me.
London millennial.
Because you sound foreign even to my ears, but no, but like it's strange to me because this is like what I've grown up hearing from my peers, but now I'm seeing it on the TV. Like when they bring in guests and analysts and pundits and stuff who are like in my age range, they sound like me, which is insane to me. But you guys have never heard that. Like you've only ever heard the boomer generation.
You do a walk. That's the sound I have to add it to do you because you do the walk kind of thing. So I was just concentrating on your sound and trying to mimic the accent, but you do I don't even know how to explain that, but you do the walk kind of thing behind your voice.
I don't know what that means either, but good luck.
Luck, like it's luck, like it's good luck. It's part of the accent, so I'd have to hit your tone and then do that. Good luck with that. Good luck.
But like I said, it's a familiarity issue where like you're just not gonna have encountered accents like mine frequently. But what's interesting is nor have I, if you think about it. Like other than the people I actually interact with, like I can't. But now I can. There's a group of guys that work for an independent media organization. Like they're investigative journalists. It's called Declassified UK. They do a lot of good work. They do a lot of I think they call it like doorstepping, where they where they basically just like they find out where there's there's like guest speakers and stuff like controversial figures, and they just like stick a camera in their face and go like Colonel blah blah blah, are you responsible for war crime? They did it recently to an Israeli general who went to MI6 headquarters, but and they're all like roughly early 40s, late 30s, and they all sound like me kind of, which is like super strange to listen to.
30s.
Being from Boston.
Not even close.
Boston is us.
Say that again?
Bro, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. CM and I were in a room earlier, and people were talking about the Boston accent. This dude from Boston was in there. I was like, oh, don't get me started with the Boston accent.
Stat. How do you say it in a Boston?
That's not bad.
Bostonian accent.
Your father's in the sewer. Your father's in the sewer. Go pick up a beer and take out the garbage, you bastard. Peter, go pick up the trash. It's all over the floor. What? Peter, pick up the garbage.
That's spot on. It's like my aunt. Pretty close to my mother, too.
Dolly has the it's funny though, because is it something to do with not living in Boston, or is it something to do with being an intellectual? Like, why does Sully not sound like a Bostonian or like someone from Massachusetts?
It's not the most attractive accent in the world, so it's pretty easy to hide it. I mean, it's not a hard accent to drop if you don't want to. Like, I'm dropping it right now, right? But obviously, if I'm home, I'll talk more like it. But it hurts my ears.
How do you say car?
When I'm the only one saying it, it hurts my ears too. Car is not actually the word that people aren't going like car like 24/7, But that's what it is. But as you get older, I mean, it does get me when there's like watch like a news reporter, right? They have zero accent. They try. And I'm like, look, if the freaking news reporter can do it, when you're on there doing a commercial for like Bob the plumber. I mean, they're not putting any effort in to sound like remotely. And people do it on Clubhouse all day long. They want to sound freaking gangster 24/7, and they're like 35 extra, accents. Yeah. And it's like, come on, bro. Like, you're in a room and you don't have to be like, what's going on, bro? But you can clearly clean up your voice if you want to. It's not really that hard. When you're like, butter.
Yeah.
Just because I spoke that way at 9 doesn't mean as a mature adult I'm gonna walk around the house going, I need a shower.
There's something interesting
you
about
tell me I can't go shower.
children.
Like, hey, shower. I need to take a shower. Right.
I'd be interested to know if there's any research on this, but it seems like when I listen to American children speak, like a lot of them have speech impediments that they grow out of. Like, they can't pronounce certain letters and stuff. Or they have what sounds like a lisp.
My mother says
a lot, where it's not true of English kids. I don't know. Sorry, British kids. I don't know if that's something you guys are aware of or you've experienced, but it'd be interesting to know.
And like where I grew up, there's 30 different languages within 2 blocks, bro. Literally. You know what I'm saying? So there's that to contend with too. It's like everyone's trying to learn English. Around the world, the city that I'm from, it's just,
it's super interesting.
Greek, French, Portuguese, Brazilian, just all trying to fit, it's northern, eastern Africa, right? Cambodian is one of the biggest ethnicities in the city that I'm from. It's just crazy.
Do you know what's super interesting about this culture clash and this invasion of Europa narrative that these right-wing extremists try to push? It's the way basically the way they perceive integration or the failings of integration. So how they perceive it is basically being something all we're doing is establishing all these little Muslim enclaves, these South Asian enclaves in the UK that all are basically they all hate the West, and all essentially these are enemies of Europe and stuff that we've basically welcomed in and blah blah blah, we've opened the gates to the walls. But it's in their communities, all of the generation that like migrated, so like the first generation that migrated to the United Kingdom, like they all think that their generations are lost to the West. So they all think that, you know, like they're adopting Western culture and they're moving away from their own culture, and that they're gonna like lose their language, and like they're marrying outside of their ethnic group and stuff. And like, so they basically think like they basically each have the opposite view. Like where like one thinks actually their children are becoming more Western, and the others think that actually that, you know, these people that are coming in are maintaining their own culture, like, you know, oppositional or whatever, you know, to the West. Just that kind of funny dynamic.
Yeah, but Timothy, it's all based on perspective, right? Like for the natives, or if you can call the British natives, they still think it's not fast enough, right?
Well, no, their issue isn't that it's not fast enough. Their issue is that like they still feel like they're being bred out regardless. They feel like even if in 100 years, you know, the language that's spoken in the United Kingdom is like some form of English, they would still feel like they would have lost their culture because presumably it would have been modified in some way, or like it would have been some amalgam of like all of these other cultures, this like melting pot. What's funny about that though, which is super interesting, is like, and like you can identify a lot of like, you know, essentially like the bigotry or the racism in their fear, right? Which is like, but that was true if at any point in history, what does it even mean to be British? What does it mean to be English? Like, you know, that was a culture that was formed, or that was a nation that was established, or country, I should say, that was established. Similarly, like British identity was one that was established. Like, you know, it's like it hasn't existed, you know, since time immemorial. So like at any point in history, you point to that. All cultures, you know, are fluid and dynamic.
They're it's not static.
That's the point. It's like their things really. I don't want like brown people to be an ingredient in the recipe.
But you know? Generally, when we are speaking about the convergence of cultures, they're still pretty close, historically speaking, because you're getting like
like Scandinavian, like Germanic people, like fucking what do you call it, the Normans and shit like that, or the Celts. I mean, I don't think so. I think like obviously it's relative, isn't it? But
but what I'm saying is like
they wouldn't have seen that as they wouldn't have seen that. They wouldn't have thought that to be the case at the time.
Of course, they would have thought they were vastly different. But what I'm saying is, like, if they went to India, that would be like, you couldn't even, like, even bordering tribes wouldn't be.
Yeah, but that's like trivially going to be the case because of the because all you're talking about is just like the actual literal physical distance between the two. Like there's obviously an environmental a kind of like drastic or dramatic like environmental difference, as well as like just the distance, like the time.
Yeah, but you don't think the environment impacts culture?
Of course, but like now globally, we're a lot like culturally, all of the nations in the world are a lot closer today than they were historically, and similarly, like we can access like everything's far more local than it was historically.
No, it's the word has shrunk 100%. I agree with you. I'm just trying to poke holes a little bit and try to prod.
Yeah, no, I'm not really offering like. I'm not really offering some kind of like, you know, thesis about whether or not like what. Yeah, but just a thesis about what. No, yeah, about whether or not it's good or not. I'm just saying it's quite an interesting phenomenon where you've got like both groups saying the exact opposite thing. Like clearly, there's some truth to what they're both saying, but like
No, I understand your point, and I lean more towards your analysis. Like it's pretty clear that as you say, the migrant population they are afraid. That's especially within, because I have some experience, not in the British sense, but in the European sense. Like for instance, the Somali community, they have this thing called I'm going to butcher the pronunciation, but Dakankelis, which means you send your kids back to Somalia in order to un-Westerify them, right?
Right. Yeah, lots of different cultures do that in the UK.
Yeah, because they exactly highlighting what you said, that they believe that their kids are going to be lost into Britishness or whatever. It's not even Britishness, because that's the thing. Where I live in Scandinavia, we're talking about the ghettification of these like the youth culture. So for instance, like the parents, they have their traditions still somewhat intact, but the kids, especially maybe in the more socioeconomically challenged areas, they they kind of, it becomes an amalgam of all the other like different cultures in that area. So they become like roadmen or wannabe roadmen, like the roadman mentality.
But you use that term in Sweden.
No, but it's the same thing. It's like you talk like you're fucking in the projects in Chirac in Chicago, and
Yeah, why? That's interesting that you use that as opposed to like they think they're street, like they're in they're like gangsters, sorry, or something.
Yeah, but I think internet culture also has propagated this, right? They get exposed to it.
I'm not familiar.
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with like. Sorry, I'm in more American spaces than I am like UK spaces. So
Yeah, but there's also like an exchange, I feel like, because a lot of them have cousins that live in the UK, right? Or they see a lot of the, like, they get inspired by that. But the thing is, like, Iraqi youth in Sweden can get away with way more shit.
So, is that the term that they use in Sweden, though?
Like
that kind of is that like a subcultural?
No, I would say it's an amalgam. Like they take inspiration of, clearly gangster rap was a big thing. Like it was a big thing here, and then UK drill is also like a big thing.
But what do you call like kind of urbanite, like kind of criminal gang member kids?
You know what we call them? Like it depends on what part of the political spectrum you're in. But there was this right-wing politician that he himself is Kurdish, right? So he wanted to make the distinction between just a regular migrant or like a person that wants to do well in society, and then the criminal or like the one.
Yeah.
And he called them Adidas Knights. So that's what he called them, like just to make the distinction between like, okay, these are like youths that they are angry, they want to destroy stuff, they are living a destructive lifestyle, and the others are just regular people. So yeah, but you have the same thing like in Germany. It's called Talahun. That's where they all dress like really flashy. They have fake Gucci caps and kind of these fanny packs and stuff. And I mean that seems to be like something that is present throughout Europe, right? In certain subsections. But it's interesting. It's interesting to think about, because I have a mixed background, right? And for me, it's always been like when I grew up, we were kind of we're still a minority. Migrants are still a minority, in figures, but culturally, and it's
like you've assimilated.
Yeah, no, I would say 100%. Like I sound like a poof when I speak in Swedish. Like
Did you say like a
poof, like a nonce, like a fucking like a fag. Whoa. The reason for it being that I think my parents made the analysis when they came here that they figured that there's like, it's not even racism. I wouldn't call it racism anymore, or like maybe now because the tensions are rising. But back in the day, they could clearly see that grasping the language was a big barrier in order to attain.
Have you lived in the UK? Have you spent any like extensive
no,
time?
I wouldn't say a significant time there. No, I wouldn't. But
you appropriate the slang very well.
Thank you.
Can I real quick? There's a guy named CM down in the audience who I find to be probably.
Andrew, like, why do you do this? Like,
I have
like super irritating. No, you don't have to
address it.
No, but you don't have to. Like, it's so annoying.
Well, listen. Here's the deal, and you'll understand why I'm saying this. So since he's been on
no,
the
don't like he's like a boring, annoying guy. Like we're not interested in. And it's like all you're doing is trying to encourage Sam to bring him up.
Yeah, but
like no one wants to speak to him.
Do it, but do it. Ali and Pro.
Do it, yeah, do it.
I think he's one of the worst people on the app, but Pro and Ali think he's gangster. Now,
but so what? Like, come on, like it's just like.
Well, hold on. Will you at least hear me out? You don't let me finish. Listen, what I'm saying is that he said,
He said that he'll finally engage our stupid, wet dreams of. He said, a bit of time to address your stupid, wet dreams of entertaining your flawed, leading, logically backwards questions. So I would love for him to actually give an account for what he actually believes, but he won't do
So
that.
I was fucking right. So I was right.
No.
Bullshit.
Well, I haven't actually been following what you guys were talking about, but I don't want to.
And you know what, though, like legit
representative, but he's not going to believe in ghost fairies and goblins. I can tell you that.
No, but it's like irritating that you like disrupt discussions to like foist upon us or impose upon us a conversation no one like wants to have for like what exactly? For whose benefit?
First of all, I want to have it. Cloud wants to have it. Ali likes him, so does Pride.
I don't want to have it.
Correct.
Yeah, but no, he doesn't want to have
Why did you say that?
Cloud's got his block.
Doesn't
Down
want to
the
have
room owner doesn't want to have it, and people like me have a vehement aversion to it. So it's like what you're doing is like actually kind of disrespectful. It's bordering on disrespectful because you know we don't want to have it. And you're like, what are you saying? Like your desperation outweigh. Does your desperation outweigh my aversion?
No, I'm just putting
It's so
out
important. Okay, well, it's very important to me that I don't listen to actual fucking brain scrambling bullshit from CM. It's very important to me. I don't want to hear it. I never want to hear it. It's never fun for me. It's never interesting or entertaining. I don't want to pair him off with someone else. Like, I never want to hear that shit ever.
You don't understand. I know these world.
But it's like it's disrespectful, bro. Like legitimately disrespectful. Like two people having a conversation about something, you interrupted to say like, what exactly? Do you want to listen to a fucking retard? No, thank you.
too harshly, but there's people here that do like him. I don't like the stuff he says, but that's the reason I want to talk to him.
No, you do like the things he says. If you don't, then you're insulting me for no reason.
No, there's a reason to talk to him.
Andrew, if we ignore him, he'll just die alone.
I'm not talking about him dying, but I'm just saying, like, I think the stuff he's saying is garbage.
Some people should be alone when they die, Andrew.
Alright, so new rule. If you think the stuff he's saying is garbage, and so do we, yeah, and you've got any kind of a modicum of time and respect for us, don't ever, right?
Yeah.
Encourage him being brought up on the stage again when we're on the stage.
There are people here that want to talk to him.
I don't give a fucking shit, bro. What do you mean? What does that mean? There's people here that might want to rape. Like, what does that mean? Should we fucking indulge them?
No, but I doubt.
Should we facilitate them raping because they want to rape?
I mean, it's
what happened, bro? Like, what's
No, he's just a fucking retard. And this gentleman, whoever was speaking, he definitely is a retard. By my standard of retard, he definitely is a retard. And there was a conversation happening, and this conversation 1 minute just to bring up the fact that CM, that drunk moron in the chat, is desperate to come up for the 17th time.
Yeah, but you're
like, why would you do that? Are you like not an idol?
All the time with stuff I'm talking about too.
Well, what though? To bring up a fucking spastic? Like, why is that good? Why is that decent reason to interrupt?
I've never been in a room with me in this spastic.
So
yeah, you may have an interject. I find equally as distasteful. I'm just saying.
What are you saying? I don't even understand.
I'm saying.
What are you saying?
I may have one-on-one with somebody, and you may intervene to bring up something about something completely unrelated, about something that I don't really particularly like, but I don't freak out about it. You seem like
most of the time it's going to be funny. Okay.
Secondly,
most of the conversation. Hold on. Secondly, it's not to say like let's bring up this person that's a consensus undesirable.
It's not
like, just for the fuck of it. For the actual fuck of it. Like no, but like that's what you're saying it's equivalent to. You're saying I interrupt you frequently to say let's bring up Brother Jermaine. Andrew, Brother Jermaine's in the chat and he's raised his hand and no one's put him up. Let's bring him up, Andrew. When do I do that?
Okay, well, hold on, two things. It's my aversion for what you interrupt for is the first thing. But the second thing is I'm saying if
that's not true.
Well, no. I'm saying if there is I'm saying there are things that I think I might find equally as distasteful that you interrupt to speak about. That's what I'm telling you. Secondly, I'm saying bringing this guy up is not necessarily for I like what he said. I already said I don't. I think Sam is near Down syndrome. Okay.
But so you're saying I tried to hijack a room. This is what you're saying. I hijack rooms to try to bring up my friends who you think are fucking stupid. No, but you're saying this is equivalent. You're saying I interrupt you, right? Like what, to participate in the conversation or to bring up something completely orthogonal, and it concerns ruining future discussions.
Yes, no.
Is that what you're saying I do frequently?
I'm telling you what you do. You interrupt
to bring up topics or to talk to about people or say, hey, bring this person up or do whatever. You do say stuff like that, and I'm saying I might find equal aversion to it, but I don't.
Look, I think that's perfect. No, wait. When you do that too, I think that's perfectly fine. If you bring up now, you talk about, like, look, how many times do you just bring up a topic? We're talking about, like, I don't know, sports and fashion, and you're like, oh, these black people, huh? Hey, Dark Knight. Imagine if it's a Dark Knight and you're in an alleyway and a black guy approaches you. What are you doing, guys? What are you guys doing? We engage that shit, right? I don't bug out when you say stuff like that.
So Andrew, let me just say a few things. First of all, number one, there is not a single individual on the stage right now. They do not have some shortcoming in terms of communicating well with others, number one. So none of us are without fault. We all are guilty of doing certain things. Certainly I am. For example,
some of us have less fault.
Yeah, well, perhaps. Well,
so that shit.
For example, Hemsey, he said a lot of interesting things, but I find him to speak too much and interrupt too much. But I find him interesting. I like him. But that's the area that, for example, you just noticed he got highly emotional and he spoke about 5 minutes and going how radically he disliked CM and the way CM talks. So that's kind of a demonstration of a fault that he's pointing at CM doing. Again, I like Hemsey. He's a good guy. I like what he says. But those are the two things that he does and I do not like. Let me just say others. CM is an extremely smart individual. He has a lot of good things to say. He has some difficulties at times not to, he interrupts, I fully agree with you. And he could be a little bit off at times. But in his totality, what he says, it's good, it's interesting, and he proposes some proposing idea that people may not like. But I like that. I think that is where I learn. And so in a sense, I think he should come up. From my perspective, I'm perfectly willing to engage with him. But if Hemsey doesn't want to do it, that's his prerogative. And that's what. Anyway, that's all I want to say. I like it.
The room owner doesn't want him to come up on stage, right? Like, so it's like, what are you doing? Like, look, you are right, the belle of fucking Clubhouse. Just start a fucking room and invite him, and invite Pro, and invite fucking Ali. I don't even know what's so difficult about it.
I wasn't trying to do that. Okay, I was trying. You guys can continue talking. You and Alex can. I was just saying, can you bring Sam up? And when the time is appropriate.
No, because he won't fucking allow conversations to be facilitated. Because he's a drunk fucking moron. Like, obviously, and you know this.
Sam will just mute him.
Why? Why should we do that? When we all know we can predict with veritable certainty what he's going to do. Why would we waste our time to humor you for your own fucking amusement? Why would we do that?
This is coming from people that host endless rooms on religion. Talking about wasting time. This is classic. This is like one of those dog videos where the dog is scared to go up the stairs because there's a cat there.
Have a good day.
Oh, you're flipping out. Nothing.
Why are you so mad?
So here's a general thing that I feel is that on these rooms, if you are not, like, some people earn their ability to speak more. I let Ethan Muse. I have this rule of don't fucking drone on. Because Ethan Muse is like very, very articulate and very smart. I let him talk more than other people because he's like earned it. Some people cannot have they don't gauge the amount they talk to the sort of like they don't the level of the thing. There's like the quality of they don't like judge like, oh, it's a quality thing to add, and then just like only say the quality things, and they just want to go on and on. And it's infuriating. It's really infuriating. People don't have good taste about like how much to talk and what things are worth saying. They just have a terrible taste.
It's like their contributions exclusively comprise cacophonies. Like, that's just all they do. Like, when they're on stage, it's just fucking all words are indecipherable. It's just like a pure stream of gibberish. And for some reason, Andrew loves that. And I think that's fine. Look, you can do whatever you want. But ultimately, when there's a few people on stage and they're happy to have a conversation with each other, why would you just try to derail it?
I'm just trying to...
For Pro and Ali, who aren't even speaking. Like, what does it matter what they want? That's so bizarre to me.
That's not what I said.
First of all, Sam could mute him. The reason I said it is because he said in chat, he said, I will finally engage with your questions. He has never engaged with my questions since I have met him. If he would
actually believe today's a good time to start. Today's a good time to start when no one else wants him up. This is a good time to make this kind of wide bet. This highly improbable event. This is the best time to bet on it when you're not the one speaking, when it's not your room, when you're not the person on stage. Like it's like silly.
Sam's amenable to me suggesting something, and I'm not saying to stop what you guys are talking about. So I don't know why you're acting like this. Look, you can talk to Alex. I'm not trying to intervene with that. I'm saying when you guys are over, I would like to talk to CM and get him to answer a question that he's never answered since he's been on the app. That would be nice. Now, he may not do it. Maybe he won't. And if he starts interjecting, Sam can mute him, move him down. There are people on stage that do want to talk to him. So I don't know what else to say. I mean, I think that covers all the bases. I hear what you're saying. I think he's gibberator. I don't like what he says, so that's not true. It's not that I like what he says, but I do want to engage him because I think he says that stuff that's fallacious, and I want to point it out. And I just want him to acknowledge it. He's very arrogant. He said he can do philosophical circles around everybody here. He said he knows more science than everybody on the stage put together. He says all kinds of outlandish stuff that he cannot back up. So I think he should come up, and I think it would be good. I wasn't trying to intervene or be rude to you or Alex. I think Alex could appreciate the conversation. You obviously won't, or that you don't like the suggestion of it, but I wasn't trying to offend you. So I don't know if you just did your workout or what, Timothy, but you seem a little bit spicy, buddy.
So some people, they're wrong a lot, but then you can sort of like, and they're arrogant, and then you can sort of like prove them wrong and kind of like humiliate their arrogance, and they're like, oh man, you got me, you won. And then there's other people where they like make a bad point, and then you show why it's wrong, and then they are like, it's no effect on them. It's as if you didn't make the point, and then there's no effect. Like they say a thing that doesn't make any sense, you refute it, and then it's nothing. It just has no effect on them. It's not satisfying. Those interactions are not satisfying because it's like you're not getting the thing where it's an intellectual discussion. You're not getting the thing where you hone the noob who's getting embarrassed in the debate. It's just like a cacophony of noise where they never admit that any points were made that were good.
Then it's weird enabling behavior. Like the guy's just like fuck. It's not even really a question of his intelligence anyway. That's like uninteresting. He's fucking inebriated all the time. Just talking to a drunk idiot, bro. It's like so boring. Like, unless it's like a really attractive woman, why would you be speaking to drunk people anyhow?
Well, Daniel Nero's profile picture deserves attention. We just need to acknowledge the brilliance of Daniel.
Brilliant. It is. But Pro and Ali, would you like to give your comments? Any more comments, or are we good?
No, I just want to say the proof is going to be in the pudding. So here's an opportunity for CM to come up. And I'm not guaranteeing that what might happen, but I think it's an opportunity for him to engage and to see how it goes. I mean, that's the best way is to put it to a test. So I suggest if Sam is willing.
Yeah, we've already done the experiment.
Well, this is just a little start. Let's just start from here. Let's not go back.
Why? Why did we do that?
Well, Timothy, anyway, Sam, if you were hearing what I'm saying, why don't we just...
Why?
Well, you just... Why are you calling me a liar?
I called you a liar. Are you deaf?
No, well, do you think I'm deaf? See, Timothy,
I'm asking you. I called you a liar. Where did you do that?
Look, your behavior right now exactly represents what I mentioned about 10 minutes ago. All of us are guilty.
Yeah, I don't think this is a fault.
No.
I disagree with you.
Again, you're interrupting like a baby. Okay, just sit
I don't see why that makes me a baby. You're saying
because you
take a long time to get out of center.
So I'm making my point in here that
you communicate more concisely.
Timothy, didn't Andrew told you about 5 times and everybody yes that you're interrupting too much? The point I'm trying to make. Well,
what's your point? I don't know.
Well, anyway. So what I wanted to say, you demonstrated exactly you're guilty as the miscommunication.
I don't think I'm guilty.
Misconduct
I disagree.
As you are blaming CM to be. You actually demonstrated you're less capable of engaging.
I disagree. I'm engaging with every point that you're making. I'm engaging with every single point.
You can bank.
I don't think it's misconduct. I don't think it's.
thing
And
to say that
interesting
someone who has
my comments
repeatedly
are-
demonstrated their incompetence and inability to engage in a fucking in a coherent discourse, that person should be prevented from accessing the stage.
Okay.
And I can defend that claim if you like. If
I
you think that's misconduct, then I think you're guilty of a misdeed. In fact.
Okay, so what I'm suggesting is he's been accused of a lot of things, and perhaps maybe some of your experience and with him in the past. My experience is different, although I see some of the shortcomings with CM in terms of communicating, and some of you mentioned that. Right now, I would say there's an opportunity to put this to test, because in the text, in the chat here, he said, look, bring me up, I will engage, I will go with the
It's a statistical certainty.
Okay, well,
it's a statistical certainty.
if you are not open to having new experience and new beginning, you're not open to anything. So
what you guys are just saying is like some weird, like, have you experienced in your life thus far?
It's very Eastern.
You guys are friends with a loser, and what you're trying to do is impose upon us. You're trying to lower the standard, right, of acceptance for us to include a loser friend. And I'm saying, like, no, I don't fucking hang out with losers. And you can tell me, Mr. Blue in the face, the story of how many good times you've had, that time you got drunk on the pier with your loser friend, and that's not going to fucking, motivate me to include the loser. I just don't know what to say.
Amity, let me know when you're finished. I want to say a few things. Let me know.
All right, cool.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So
I'm going to be done in an hour and a half. All right, so you wait till then to speak. Thank you, brother. I appreciate your patience. Thank you. And your humility and your conciliatory tone during this discussion. I very much appreciate it.
But Amity, I don't.
So you're going to interrupt me?
No, I know.
Don't interrupt me now.
Honestly, I don't give a fuck. What do you
you're very emotional. You're very emotional.
No.
He's very.
I don't give a damn who is the emotional.
Fuck up right now.
Evidently you.
Guys, shut the fuck up. Don't interrupt each other. I have two rules in my room. Get to the point and don't interrupt people. Not fucking hard.
All right. Well, then you'll be breaking the rule if you speak for the next hour and a half, Ali, okay? So we don't want to hear from you for the next hour and a half, because then you'll be interrupted.
I'm pretty sure what you successfully have done is made everyone dying to hear him. This has been like actually bullshit I've ever heard. I've never been in a clubhouse room where someone's like, "Oh my god, don't bring him to the stage." Oh my god.
To be fair, though.
So he can still hit flush. He can flush him off the stage any second he wants. You can just go, "Oh, there it is, boom, bye." I'm so worried about it.
I actually can't do that.
I'm just saying, like Sam, who clearly isn't best buds with him, right? Like, quick on the trigger, right? And I'm sure he can do this. Watch the moderation style. I'm sure he can go 20 seconds, CM, wrap it up. I'm sure he can do that, bro.
Originally this was just me responding to Andrew, and then Ali made his point about like misconduct, which I felt obliged to respond to. But ultimately, yeah, bring him up, don't bring him up. It's up to you guys. If he had just been brought up during the course of the discussion that I was having previously, I wouldn't have like made a big song dance for it, other than to say like, "Oh fucking hell, Sam, what's the matter with you?" It's just the point that like you interrupt a discussion to bring up someone is like just absolute, just obstructive, just purely obstructive. Like, that's all they're ever going to do on the stage. And it's like you interrupt a conversation, go, it'll be funny. And it's like, I don't even think there's any meme value in that. Like, it's not even really funny to say it.
It wasn't for humor. It wasn't.
Andrew, you're just.
That's even worse.
Andrew, you're just a religious person. You believe in superstitions, and I have 12 PhDs, and so you can't come at me with your primitive backwards ideas when I've studied science for 11 years. I've written more papers than you've ever even read. So why would you even think you could debate me, bro?
Yeah, so
like I'm not on your level. You're not on
he said, listen, again, the reason I did it is because and I tried to wait for a break between the two of you. I wasn't trying to stop your conversation. He said, Andrew, albedo. Now
that was great.
I have a
good impression. That was a really good impression.
When I have the impression, I just scroll down and I see Andrew and CM in one person. Daniel Nero's.
I know it is. Daniel Nero is a world-class troll, but Andrew,
you want to bring people up from the underworld because Jesus came up from the underworld, but
It looks like Donny
I'm-
Osmond in the shoe.
I'm
bomber.
not-
You know what? That's you know what?
I'm not
Hey, Sam,
gonna
just
let-
Sam.
Johnny Osmond, the shoe.
BCM. Just ask Andrew. Andrew, ask Sam the questions. Who wants?
Yeah, I'll answer any question you have with my scientific knowledge.
All right, thank you, Emily. That's conciliatory. Okay, Sam, why are you? I mean, CM, why are you an CM, why are you an atheist?
Well, it's just obvious that science proves that God isn't real. And if you open the fucking basic biology or physics textbook, you would know that.
Okay, what's your best argument against God's existence?
Argument? Just look around. Just look at the universe. You can just see there's no God anywhere. Like, I look under my bed, there's no God. It's just obvious.
All right, that's all I needed. That was excellent. I got my fix, buddy. I'm sorry.
Oh, you can't handle family anymore? Andrew, you're running away from this? You're running away with your backwards dark age superstition. You can't handle my 10th level algebraic geometric calculus mind.
Do I need to bring up CM anymore? We've got CM here already. I'm sorry, that's too good. All right, well, that was beautiful. Timothy, I stand corrected. I mean, I think that's all I needed. That dose is all I need. We don't need the real thing. Sam could have just impersonated, and we could have had it all taken care of, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's all we needed. Anyway, back to it, right, Timothy?
You've had your things, you go down.
No, I don't have anything to say. I wasn't having like a serious discussion. It's just like the principle.
Will you talk to CM if he comes up?
No, like, bro. I just talk to Sam. Like, whenever I need to talk to CM from now on, I'll just talk to Sam. There's like literally.
I played the Vader theme and I didn't invite CM.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, so are you guys gonna let me speak, or you just gonna straw man me and all this bullshit Sam just said? Even though me and Sam agree on like 99%.
He was channeling his inner CM.
Well, CM, how many gods are there?
Sam asked.
Again.
Not again.
Let me correct your question.
Just answer. Not again. It's not again. You haven't answered. Just give me your answer.
My answer is the correct position of atheism, which is I am not convinced by any evidence ever presented by any human, any rabbi, any priest, any imam, anybody in the history of humanity. Every single argument and evidence all fall as flat on their face as they possibly could. There's as much evidence for quote-unquote God or gods as there is for unicorns or ghosts or leprechauns.
What's your threshold?
So I'm not convinced by any of them. That is the correct definition of atheism. I'm sorry if you guys didn't know.
All right, this is gonna be an Andrew CM one-on-one discussion. So Andrew, any more questions?
Okay. Yeah.
This is a one-on-one.
Yeah, just tell me, and then we'll open it up to the room. But I just Andrew really
Sure
was
thing,
chomping
sure
at the bit. So
Yeah, I'm waiting for this. I had to deal with the wrath of Timothy to get this. So please. CM.
I suggest you guys read the comments.
Yeah. What do you
See
call
who
some?
they say who's cooking?
Who's cooking? Just that one thing. What are you talking about?
No, and Carlos laughing at you guys.
CM. Who? By the way, Carlos was disagreeing with you. Anything? That's your best bud. Remember? So okay.
Yeah,
See,
best friend.
Carlos will come up here and vouch.
CM. What do you call somebody who believes there are no gods?
I don't even know if that has a name. But it's surely not atheist.
Did you guys just hear that? Did you guys?
I did. Yes.
Okay.
Again, I said it's not atheism.
He's not even sure if that has a name, and he does philosophical circles around everybody in the room. Just keep that.
Okay, because you guys don't know what atheism is. evidence, how is that my fault?
Hey, Goober, they're called atheists. People who believe in no gods are called atheists.
No, they're representing. They're using the term incorrectly. Using the term
There's a right and a wrong way to use a word. I'm the one that decides.
Alright, Cloud is also allowed to.
You can ad-lib. Hey, well, Cloud, you're going to have to engage with him, too, if you're going to do that.
No,
So,
that doesn't. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a good idea.
Alright, and continue
For
question.
some reason, he's
I
going
told
to
you why.
CM haters.
okay, so hold on. CM.
For some reason, you know why.
CM.
And I told you, dude, the line is very long. So get to the back.
CM.
Yeah, I wonder why that is.
CM.
Yeah.
What
I'll
evidence
tell
do
you
you
why it is.
CM, what evidence do you
Go ahead.
expect? Thank you. What evidence do you expect to see if a deistic God exists?
If a deistic God exists, no. A deistic God, you won't see any difference. By
Okay.
He's not affecting the universe. He's not
so how do
answering prayers. He's not choosing who wins wars. He's not choosing who wins and loses wars.
Why do you claim he doesn't? DM, why do you claim he doesn't exist?
I don't claim he doesn't exist. I said I'm not convinced that any such God that answers prayers or chooses who wins football games or chooses who wins wars or, again, is a tinkering God who cares about who
You
he has
said there's
sex
no
with
gods.
and in what
You said
position.
gods are fairy tales. You've said gods are fairy tales. How do you know that gods are fairy tales? How do you know that
They
God?
might as well be in the sense, again,
not might as well be. How do you know gods are fairy tales? If there's a deistic God.
But a deistic God is, again, neither provable or unprovable.
You're telling me if a deistic God exists, he can't let you know that he exists? It's impossible for him to. He can't.
Yes, by definition. Do you know what the fuck you're talking about? Do you know what
You're saying a
deistic God is?
You're saying a deistic God can't let you know that he exists?
No, a deistic God, literally, supposing one existed, only, constructed or created the universe, and then let it evolve from. So at t equals 0, maybe it's like the Aristotelian prime mover. He knocked over the first domino, and then just let the whole system evolve according to natural laws, never intervening, never caring, never. He just let the system evolve. Our universe just evolved according to the natural laws that he set up for that universe.
Yeah.
So all we could verify are his natural laws.
Yeah.
But again, your Occam's razor completely takes them out. If you can explain these natural laws without the premise that you need a deistic God, then using Occam's razor, you just slice off that hypothesis.
You can explain the origin of the universe without God?
Dude, you're saying I have Down syndrome and problems paying attention? Mm-hmm. Come on, man.
Can you explain the origin of the universe? Can you explain the origin of the universe without God, Sam?
No. Nobody can. We're at the fringe of human knowledge.
That's so.
You're at the fringes. You're at the edges
It's
of
like
human knowledge.
conceding that God is right. It's the right view. Thanks.
Any more questions? And please, think about them. Make sure they're
I'll just say to you.
intelligible. Make sure they're intelligible. Make sure they make sense.
Yeah, can I want to concede. I want to concede and I apologize to the room.
So
This is kind of a mute.
Sam, you made two glaring mistakes in the things you're saying to Andrew. So one was, you said that deistic God could not show you that he exists. The deistic God can set up the rules of the universe, the starting positions, such that when it unfolds, the stars just write out the words, I am God and I made the universe. Because he could just set the law of physics.
That would be a theistic
No,
God.
he's setting up the rules at the Big Bang that they will unfold.
Okay, but then you're not talking about this universe. You're talking about another universe.
Yes, a deistic God could. Yeah, but now you are conceding that a deistic God could give you evidence that he exists.
Okay, I'm talking about our universe.
Yeah, so in our universe, we could find things like that. Now we haven't.
You don't even know. Yeah.
And we will never.
We could
We will never. Did you hear that, Sam? Hold on. He just said we will never. How do you know that,
No,
Sam?
because we know what stars are. They're giant balls of burning
stuff. What?
They're giant balls of fucking two hydrogen atoms fusing into a
How do you know we will never?
Guys, hey, do
you guys even know?
Do you guys remember my 2 rules?
Or how
Do you guys remember my 2 rules? Do you guys remember my 2 rules? You guys remember my 2 rules? So shut the fuck up, all of you. Okay, I'm making a point. So you guys shut the fuck up. So you must concede, CM, that in our universe, God could do things like have set it up so that it writes in the stars that I am God. And then remember there's 2 rules. And outside of the observable universe, or like somewhere we haven't looked yet, God could have done something like that. So in our universe, right now, this universe, there could be proof of a deistic God in this universe. You said, no, there couldn't be. That was the thing you were wrong about. Now, second thing you were wrong about, hey, 2 rules. Okay, the second thing you were wrong about is you were saying that's not the correct way to use the word atheism. Now, this is not, almost no one in philosophy thinks there's like a correct way to use a word. Like, as in like there's like an objectively correct, there's like a sky dictionary where words just come from. Like, these are words that like people can define words in context and say, here's what I mean by this term. And that's not correct or incorrect. It's just like, I'm using the term this way. And there's not like a sky dictionary to adjudicate the matter. So when you go, oh, this is the correct way to use atheism, you're just using a fundamentally incorrect model of how language works. And like what sorts of claims are true or false.
Are you done?
Now I am done.
Okay. No, I'm not. You are. You talking about maybe in some unobservable part of the universe, because not in the observable, the observable universe is about 96 billion light years in diameter. Nowhere in there do we see any cluster of stars saying, "Hi humans, my name is God, please worship me," or no such nonsense. Any part outside of the observable universe, which is determined by our cosmological horizon, you guys know what that is. By definition, it's causally disconnected from our part. By definition, it's causally, meaning even the fastest thing in the universe, I could send a fucking light ray, I could send a radio wave, the fastest thing in the universe. Those parts of the universe are causally disconnected. What that means is they are receding from us even faster than the speed of light, even faster than light can reach it. Therefore, it is literally impossible to ever have any communication, let alone, any form of causal connection, let alone any form of communication. So again, dude, you're wrong. But again, Sam, I thought I was trying to extend the olive tree because I know you're pretty educated, at least the things you know. And from most conversations we had, again, you're an atheist. You're basically a secular humanist from as far as I can tell. As in, you don't get your morals from the Bible or some other ridiculous fucking book like that. You get your morals from your own personal conscience and your upbringing and what your parents taught you. You know what's right from wrong, independent of, like, you don't need the Bible to tell you. You see a drowning kid in a lake, you don't need the Bible to tell you, oh, it's fucking immoral for me to just stand here. If I'm a fully grown adult and I can swim, I can jump in and help and save that kid's life. You won't even think about it twice because you are a normal, moral human being, presumably, right?
So, a couple of things. I asked ChatGPT, what percentage of stars in the observable universe have we seen? And it says we've seen 0.000000002% of the stars in the observable universe. So you said, oh, we've looked in the observable universe and we haven't seen any stars that are right, I am God. No, we haven't look
No,
nearly
again,
enough.
you're
No,
asking
whether that's true or false. It's just
bro.
okay,
Am I talking
even
to them or to Jack?
okay. Listen, we
don't
even,
see the stars.
Okay,
They're too small.
listen.
We see the galaxies with
Yeah,
the
exactly,
stars are in.
exactly. Which exactly makes my
so
point.
far away,
Exactly, which makes my point for you. We have not checked all the stars to see if there's a place where it's written like that. We have not seen enough of the universe where we can rule that out
Even
a priori.
I'm
we
a
cannot
skeptic.
rule this out a priori. And you said, oh yeah, we looked in the
skeptic.
observable universe and we know. Well, we haven't actually checked this fucking 96
Sam,
billion
your
light
ac-
year across
your
thing
argument
inside the observable universe to fucking check whether it's like that.
Sam.
No, that's the thing you were incorrect about. Now,
Alright,
a meta point is that you're just unwilling to concede points.
No,
You're
I'm
just
not.
unwilling to concede points, and it's very annoying. You said a thing that was wrong. I pointed out why it was wrong, and now you're not willing to concede the point.
Ian, you are wrong. The bottom of the ocean.
Nothing I said.
The
Because
earth. The center of the earth. The bottom of the ocean. There's areas of this planet that we haven't even observed. What are you talking about?
Fucking astrophysicist on the planet.
You are out of your
God's
sake. You're so dishonest, Sam. This is what I'm talking about, Pro and Ali. This is unbelievable dishonesty. You know that we have not explored all of this universe.
I know.
There's so okay, so therefore the deistic God can show that he exists. What are you talking about?
Not necessary
Also, okay.
for the point that Sam's
It's not a matter of whether it's necessary. It's a matter of being honest about what we're saying here.
Okay, so if we're going to be honest and we're really having this conversation and you were really serious about this, are we proposing that the God that creates everything would write its true identity in some distant, remote galaxy and would know
where we
where
can't
all the
even
people
see
are?
it?
Right,
No, guys.
Yeah, he created the universe specifically for us.
Guys. No. CM said, no, a deistic God could not give us any evidence that he exists. And then I said, here's a way he could. And then CM says, oh, that's a universe that's not ours. And then I said, no, even in
Which
our
is
universe,
another true
he could
statement.
give evidence.
That's
So,
not ours.
just that track. The thing that I'm saying CM was wrong about is that a deistic God couldn't give us evidence that he exists. And he was wrong about that claim. And he's unwilling to concede the point.
I'm wrong about that claim in your hypothetical universe. I'm not wrong about the claim in our universe.
Don't most people consider a deist God one that doesn't interact by definition?
Exactly. I already made that point. These people have trouble
Guys,
understanding.
I never claimed that this deistic God that writes his name in the stars is interacting with the universe. I'm saying the way he sets it up, the rules that he sets up in the thing are such that it unfolds this way. And also, just to be clear, guys, you guys are being hyper literal about the sort of writing your name in the stars. That is just sort of like a metonym, like a pointing to the general class of thing, which is God could do things where when you see it, you then go, oh, yeah, that's obviously God did that. Yeah. So the stars thing was obviously just me pointing at a more general reference class. God could one example of a much larger reference class of things that we could see in the universe, that when the deistic God set up the universe, it unfolds such that when we see it, we go, oh God did that. So that's right. And you're saying, no, CM, in principle, that couldn't happen. That's wrong. It could in principle happen.
It could be biology, it could be chemistry, it could be a ton of different things. It doesn't have to be stars. It doesn't have to be any of that stuff. It could be
word salad I've ever heard.
The whole
Let me know when you guys are done.
The whole idea of the Enlightenment was to get away from all the dogma, right? When you had Thomas Jefferson.
You guys are just being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian.
Let him finish. But I'm saying all those people who were rocking out with deism, right? Their whole thing was, we don't need these divine books. We just have reason and nature to guide the way, right? That tells us all we need to know. That didn't mean that they were suddenly going to see, a big teleprompter messages of God trying to display itself literally. The whole thing they were saying is that's not what God does. God is self-evident through the wonders of creation. That's it. To add in all this other stuff that he could reveal himself. No, the very essence is he's not going to do that. It's just evident to a thinking, breathing human that these wondrous things must be the work of God.
I say the same things, but sorry if I wasn't raised in these proper rich neighborhoods, maybe. So I just say it in a different style. These guys get a little triggered.
No,
but I literally made the same point.
It has nothing to do with your style. If you had just
Does
said, if you had
Sam,
just Sam,
we've established
I remember. What about your rules? What about your rules? Okay, so I was just okay. If you had said, "Hey Sam, you're right. I was wrong about the deism point. I thought that you couldn't in principle give us evidence, but actually you're right." I'd be like, "Oh fuck yes, Sam. You're someone that's
again. I was
responsive
talking
to
about
reason.
our universe.
You're tracking arguments, and you're willing to concede points, and then we can have a real
Yes.
dialectic where we're
I
talking to each
conceded
other."
the point that it's possible in your hypothetical universe.
No, in our universe, it can happen in our
No,
universe.
it's not possible in our universe.
So there's nothing that you could see in any level of any like chemistry and physics and biology. Any like if it was written in our DNA, I am God. Like the literal in English, you just like you like look at it and it just says
That's so
English.
ridiculous that God speaks English.
That would basically be
Jesus fucking Christ.
Wow. Wait, you guys not under? Okay, you guys. Okay, this is what I don't like seeing. I am saying, in principle, a deistic God could do things in our universe that when you see them, you go, "Oh, that is very strong evidence that a deistic God created the universe." I'm saying this is, and then you are saying, "No, in principle, that couldn't happen, and this is a thing you are wrong about." See,
Again, these are such hypotheticals that, in principle, God could be the spaghetti monster.
So yeah, hold on.
He can do magic, and none of this is fucking relevant, bro.
Wow.
So
I don't understand that.
Sam, let me just make it quick. Sam, I fully understand what you're saying. Here's, I think, the problem that I have with the example you're presenting. By definition, intrinsically, is the nature of a deist, a God with a D, is he has absolutely no interest in proving to anyone or anything that he exists. So basically, he creates the world, he walks away. He has absolutely zero interest for recognition, zero interest for Homo sapiens to, oh, here's the evidence. So from that perspective, what you're proposing, it really doesn't make any sense to me.
That's
I
not the
understand what you're
definition of
saying.
deism.
Yeah, well,
It's conflating the ideas of what is theistic.
exactly. So I'm just so.
No,
let me
guys,
just
the
finish.
deistic God is just one that doesn't intervene. It's not. There's no part of the definition of
A
deism
theistic
that
God
it
creates the universe, right? And then he
both.
intervenes in human affairs all the
Yes,
time.
that's theism. Yeah, I'm talking about deism, but there's nothing with the word deism. There's nothing in deism that says that God wouldn't want you to know about him. He does. It says that he doesn't interact with the universe.
Was through the enlightenment where they believe
exactly,
corny shit.
And adding these messages in the stars or whatever is not
exactly what a
dealing
deist
with
God
the
would
universe.
not do.
Correct.
Exactly.
I'm saying that the way he sets up the universe, the initial conditions of the universe are such that when they unfold, things that are really weird as fuck show up and you see them. That is the claim I'm making. And I'm not saying that he's interacting with the universe. I'm saying the way he set it up is such that when it unfurls, you see this weird shit. And I'm also and nothing in deism says that this God, a God
butted that already.
A God okay, the two rules. A God like this couldn't want to do that. Like deism just means he doesn't interact with the universe as it progresses. It doesn't say anything about whether or not he wants you to know about him. That's not in the definition of deism. That's just a sort of secondary claim.
No, it literally is. Well, okay, it's implied that he literally doesn't even care. It's irrelevant.
Say that. They would never have.
It's like a human walking by a pile of ants. You don't even notice him stepping on ants. You're so much bigger. A deistic God would be similar. He would not care about this one tiny
doesn't
rock.
say anything about divine psychology. Nothing in the definition of deism says anything about psychology.
We know what it comes from, though. It's God through logic, not through revelation.
That's just natural theology.
It doesn't matter what we want to call this, right? The evolution
natural theology is
the Enlightenment
almost an oxymoron.
was to get away from the wacky and wild and to just talk about reason. That's what it was.
Natural theology. Jesus Christ, clown.
What'd you say? What was fun?
No, he said CM said natural theology is an oxymoron.
Yes, theology about nature. In physics, we let nature speak for herself.
Nobody wants to talk to you.
This is the essence of what you had, Andrew. You wanted to talk about deism and theism.
Can I just say to you, sorry, I just want to apologize to you and Andrew and Ali as well, because this actually was kind of entertaining for the final part of my walk, so thank you guys.
dude, and Timothy, honestly,
I appreciate it.
you're fucking, dude, the emotional outburst that you were having while saying Ali was being emotional, I've never seen such levels of cognitive dissonance.
He wasn't being emotional. It was just.
I've never seen such levels of cognitive dissonance in my life.
You're right. Good job, bro. You're cooking right now.
Don't. Yes, it's important that you guys not interrupt me. So I want to make this point. CM, the way you reason is you have this general sense of naturalism, and then you interpret all philosophical questions through a lens of course, naturalism is true, and you don't care about whether the things you say are technically correct, which in philosophy, you care about whether things are technically correct, like that they're literally true, that like you precisely said a literally true thing, as opposed to a vibes-based, directionally true thing that like, it's like, 5Z, that D is a deist god wouldn't like make the star, like write his name in the stars. Yeah. 5Z, yeah, but that's like not when philosophers talk, they don't tend to want to say vibesly correct things. They want to say things that are technically correct, things that are literally true things. And I want you to be careful with that. I want you to track when the words when you say things literally, have them be literally true. Don't just sort of like directionally push at some vibes where it's like, oh yeah, naturalism is true.
As far as we can tell, naturalism is true. All right. The fucking phone you're using does not work on magic. It doesn't function because of divine revelation or anything.
Yeah, it does.
There's literally satellites flying above your head, relaying messages.
It's also supernatural.
To your closest cell phone tower. I don't have to explain this stuff to you guys. Hopefully, you guys know how fucking.
It's all supernatural.
So, again, and in the fucking audience, everybody, and Carlos says, let the man feed. Tupac says, this guy's cooking all of you. CM is wiping the floor with these guys. I'm just reading the comments here.
Yeah, it's sad you can't tell if people are being sarcastic.
No, bring them up and ask them if they're being sarcastic.
Bring them
up and ask them if they're being sarcastic.
Do you want to put some money down on that?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Yeah?
Joe.
Alright, put that. Wait. No. Before we do it. Wait. Stop. Let this happen, please. You want to put that in escrow? Like you can give it to someone.
Yeah, I got a Bitcoin wallet.
Okay. How much you want to put down?
Okay, wait. Who are we talking about? Are we talking about
Carlos? Tupac and Carlos and Mark Grant, because they're the ones that said it, right?
Well, Tupac, I don't know too much. I know Carlos for sure. So yeah, you can bring Carlos up. That I'm down.
You said them, not just one. Who else?
Sure.
Well, again, I was reading the comments, the same comments you guys.
Okay, who else? I'm joking.
And again, the truth is not up to me or you or
They
them.
can't put somebody down on a couple people, bro.
What a stupid pivot. Who cares about what the truth is? That's not the point. The point is you said people in the chat were agreeing that you were smoking, that you were tearing everything up. And Cloud said they were joking, sarcastic. And you're like, really? Bring them up. And then Cloud said, let's bet. Okay?
All right,
so
yeah, let's do it.
Who is included in them? Bring them up. The people that you think are going to defend that you are smoking.
You mentioned by name Tupac.
I can't talk about the people that might be in your little echo chamber.
Yeah, but you mentioned by name Tupac and Carlos. And you seem very sure of that.
Carlos, which is somebody that I actually know.
Yeah, but you mentioned Tupac. You mentioned Tupac.
I mentioned Tupac because he said it several times. Yeah. But he's not somebody like, for example, I can vouch for Ali fucking every day of the week because I know him well enough to do that. I know Carlos well enough to know that he's not fucking trolling or anything.
Yeah.
So that I can put money on.
Yeah, Carlos has never made a joke in his life.
No, I'm saying.
Support.
What do you want to do, buddy?
Talking about fucking shifting the goalpost.
It's going to suck because he's going to
Cloud, come on. I thought you're the one talking about escrow accounts and all this. What's up?
Yeah, you're the one that changed. First of all, I thought you were going to
bring Carlos up. I'm saying bring Carlos
Who
up.
else? Who else?
No. Again, I
You
can't.
just want Carlos, fine. We'll
I
take a
can't
bet on
speak
Carlos.
about people I don't know.
Okay, how much
Yes,
on
you
Carlos?
can. In fact, you can. But anyways, you just
Well,
don't
I'm
feel
saying I'm not
confident in
gonna
that.
put money on people I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's
come on, don't read the comments out so confidently. Now,
Yeah.
who is it? Who is it? Sam.
It's just Carlos. Is all you got?
Okay.
Well, he's the only one that I know here that.
Is that all you got?
What about Mark? What about Mark?
Carlos, what did he say?
Carlos said, "Let this man cook." Or sorry, he's cooking, man. Let him cook. That's his exact words.
And Mark said it.
Because he's heard me fucking torch people.
Mark said, "Let this man cook."
Mark said it too.
Yeah, well,
Yo, and this happens
but
in
Sam,
every
by your
room I
logic,
go
if
to.
Mark said it,
This
then
happens in every room I go to. Even people I don't even know.
say this shit.
You gotta be careful.
Well, good. People you don't even know are probably going to vouch for you, right, CM? People you don't even know.
Not vouch for me. They're just gonna be like, yo, there's a reason I had like 2,000 something followers, and I don't remember
Oh my God.
99% of these people. Because how could I?
At this point, you have 2,000
When I got back to
olds.
Clubhouse,
Why get so many
I
old
went in.
accounts?
Oh, because Sam fucking banned me from his little house.
Yeah, but why do you keep trying to come into rooms where you're banned?
No, well, at the moment, again, I only had like 30, 40 minutes to begin with. I'm already.
That's not answering my question. Why do you keep trying to come into rooms where you're banned?
No, because it's Friday night. And so
Why
that
do you
fucking
keep trying to come
Clubhouse
into
is
rooms
dead.
where you're banned?
Clubhouse is dead right
Why
now.
do you keep trying to come into rooms where you're banned?
Clubhouse is dead right now. There's no
Why do
interesting
you
rooms.
keep trying to come into rooms where you are banned?
Again, this was the most
Imagine
interesting
answering
room I
the
could
question.
find. This was the most interesting room I could find, and it said my friend Ali and Pro Lyrical and Carlos. These guys were in
So
the
we
room.
have no regard for actually following rules. You just want to go wherever you fucking want to, and you're willing to go out of your way to make that happen. Just say that.
You know, I wanted to leave right now, just quickly. What I wanted to say, what Timothy demonstrated here, it was really great, and you don't see this that often. He actually came out and said, look, he pointed at me and Pro and said, look, you guys had a point. He admitted to that. This does not happen that often, and that's great. That shows the man is intelligent, he's considerate, he has critical thinking, and he's willing to change his perspective.
If he's being honest.
Yeah, being honest. And that is, again, that
If
is
he's being honest.
Okay,
the
yeah,
most
that is,
humble man ever.
hold on a second.
That's true.
Yeah,
There's
that
a
is
possibility that he's trolling.
Yeah, you please just hold on a second. That is a good example of the attributes that I just mentioned, and I really do appreciate that. Anyway, guys, thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you.
Very kind of you.
God, this Ali guy is fucking so stupid.
Assalamu alaikum. So CM, can you admit that you were wrong on the points that
No,
Sam
hold
said?
on. I'm answering. There's so many people sending me friend requests right now. I'm getting a friend request every 5 seconds.
I just want
And
to
people
throw
messaging me.
CM, can you admit that
Oh,
you
you
were
just
wrong?
got yourself a plug.
No. Again, I told you guys I only had 30, 45 minutes.
Yeah, you only had 34. Can you admit that you were wrong on the claims that you made?
Can you give me a particular claim that I was wrong on?
You said a deistic God could not show you that he exists.
Yes, in our universe, not
In-
in Sam's hypothetical universe where
Could
he
be the-
constructed it that way.
Could it be the
Fuck?
you just
guys are
could it be the case that you find something that says made by the deity?
in Sam's hypothetical universe, perhaps, because he constructed it that way.
Dan, can you please just drill him on this? Because I'm gonna get frustrated. Can you?
No.
Consider literally anything else.
Yo,
Why is any times any energy spent on this guy?
I don't know.
It's
anything else.
These guys
So-
think they're genius.
because it's
You don't even know
it's
the
one
difference
thing.
between objectivity and subjectivity.
It's one thing to have we all have conversations with people.
It's embarrassing.
A little.
And these guys, according to these guys, you're
But this guy is This guy's like a confused drunkard, so I don't understand how anyone could have strong opinions on his like inability to grasp something.
He's he's a neurosurgeon, Bob.
That's
again.
Guys. Okay, one more thing before we go back to the lecture. Cloud and you were having a bet about whether or not Carlos agrees with you or not, or whether he was trolling. Do you want to make that bet, Cloud?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to put $20 on it?
I'll put even more.
How much you want to put down?
Check my Bitcoin wallet. I know I got at least 1,000 in there.
Oh wait, CM's betting that
I'm down to double my money right now.
He's cooking.
Alright, do you want to do $1,000?
Double my money right now.
I'll put down 100, but let's be clear about what the specifics about, because trolling is really kind of vast. I'll be more specific. That I don't think that Carlos, when he says that, thinks that you are saying anything to rebut what we're saying. When he says that, he's just
You
not
think
egging
he's
you on.
saying I'm full of shit, and he's just
I don't know
trolling.
where.
Wait,
I don't know why I say that.
You think he's trolling? I'm saying I don't think he's trolling because I know him.
Just stop talking. Alvido, formulate your sentence, and then let's see if CM wants to bet that you're wrong or not.
Yeah.
Okay. He's already backing down, bro. He said $20. I'm like, yo, I know I have at least 1,000, and I'm down to double my fucking Bitcoin wallet.
Do it.
He's already backing down.
Yeah,
Problem is,
stop talking.
Again,
you can hear what the bet.
I know Carlos, guys. I know
Yeah, stop
Carlos.
talking, and you can hear what the bet is.
This is just like if Ali or Pro Lyrical was in the audience and they said it, I would say the same thing.
CM, shut the fuck up. CM, shut the fuck up.
Alright, I wrote it down.
No, again, guys, I gotta go.
Alright, Cloud roll the bet.
Wrap it
Cloud
up.
roll the bet. Make the bet.
Wrap it up. Yeah, wrap it
There
up.
you go, $100.
Alright, it's $100 bet. Read out the bet.
That Carlos doesn't actually believe that you're.
Again, he can't even formulate it.
CM, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, CM.
Go ahead.
I wrote it out.
Yes, let him read it. Let him read it. Jesus Christ, man.
No. He's
Wait,
already.
look, you read it. CM, read it. Read out what. Read the last message in the chat. Read out loud.
Mark Grant.
No, Cloud Strike. Oh, he blocked you. I see it.
Okay, that Carlos.
Carlos.
Yeah, that.
He's cooking, man. Let him.
No. Okay, Cloud says that Carlos does not actually believe that you're cooking us. That is the $100 bet. That Carlos does not actually believe that you are cooking us. Okay, that's the bet. $100.
I don't even have him blocked.
Yeah, you don't know confirmation.
No, I'm pretty sure you
I
do.
tell him, wait, I tell him.
I'm pretty
I
sure
tell
you
him
do.
read in the chat. And
There's a reason I'm in here
on
on
the ones that are like.
CM, do you agree to the bet? The terms are in writing.
The only reason I'm still here is because Albedo's not mod.
The terms.
Kick me out.
Shut up,
My mere presence.
CM, do you agree to the bet?
That's true. If I wasn't mine, I would remove it.
Do you agree
I know
to the bet, CM? CM, do you agree to the bet?
Yes.
Okay, the bet is sealed. Okay.
Where's
Carlos? Okay, where's Carlos?
Come up, Carlos.
Let me just say this here. Carlos,
I invite him up.
Carlos, don't be ashamed. Just say what you actually think. It doesn't matter. Just be honest. It doesn't matter that CM's going to lose money. Just say the truth.
No. Yo, let's raise the stakes.
It's $100.
I want to put some money on this. Oh my God.
10x your fucking bet.
I mean, if Andrew wants to get out of that's a separate thing, but
don't put him too much.
No. Why are you backing down now, bro?
Yeah,
I'm not backing down.
It's going to put.
It's already set.
Yeah, he's a fucking bleeder.
Somebody's losing money.
There's money in the pool already. Just calm down.
Yeah, I'm telling Albedo, I'm saying don't.
I want to win more money.
Side bets.
I want to win more money.
And Carlos is gonna feel pressure. He doesn't want to fucking.
That's a final.
Colombia.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, I don't want Carlos.
Yo, he's not gonna do that.
Carlos, answer your question.
Alright.
Yo,
Alright, guys,
Carlos
everyone stop.
Carlos
Everyone stop
Carlos
talking.
saw me straight out of this
Sam,
motherfucker
just mute everybody.
yesterday.
You know what? CM, if you don't stop talking, CM, I'm going to just move you down. Now, Carlos.
Dude, again. Yeah. I said, listen.
Alright, so Carlos, did you, was CM cooking us? Yes or no?
Yeah, so it was a half troll. That's the answer.
A half troll.
Yeah.
Oh, that was.
Wait. That still counts in my favor because he said he wasn't trolling at all.
Yeah, so I kind of my view was like he was sat in the audience and you guys were kind of clowning him for his, like the way he talks and whatever else. And he came up and he defended himself. You know, he's outnumbered. You know, I thought he gave a good account of himself. I thought he was going back and forth.
That was
I think it was Andrew, and then it was Sam. I think joined in. I got respect for people that go in the stage.
But that's not what cookie means. You know that.
Yeah, we understand you respect that he went into like the lion stuff. Like we can understand that, but that's separate from cooking.
Yeah, I found his back and forth entertaining.
Entertaining is not cooking though.
No. He already answered. His specific words were right when he said it. He said he was half trolling, which that's consistent with the fact that he is trolling, and not consistent with that he is not trolling.
Yeah. Okay.
Basically a one drop trolling.
But Carlos, can you still, man? What I'm a little concerned about you now, though, Carlos. To be honest with you, can you steal, man, what Sam said? And do you realize what Sam said? And can you make any point?
Can I get my money now?
I want to contextualize this. Carlos is also someone who defends T-jumps. Sorry, Carlos.
But can I get my money now?
You will get. We got to get. Yeah. But
he came up to debate you, Andrew, right?
It doesn't make. Yeah, to me. But you remember the point that I made? I said a deistic God could show you, could reveal to you, or it could be known that the deistic God exists. There could be evidence for the deistic God. Not reveal. I don't want to use that word.
But there could be hypothetical universe. Don't forget that.
No, not a hypothetical. In this freaking universe. In this universe. Okay?
No, that was not what Andrew said. You even
what are you talking about?
That's Sam. Are you gonna pay $100?
He's so dishonest. Wait, Sam, did you hear what he just said?
Can you just mute everybody, Sam? Can you mute everybody, Sam, so we can handle this?
So dishonest.
Everyone, are you going to see him? Are you going to pay Albedo $100?
Again, absolutely not. What the fuck? I didn't hear anything. You guys moved me off stage. I didn't hear shit.
Well, it's recorded.
Let's do it again. So, Carlos.
Yeah, it was a
Were you trolling at all when you said that?
Yeah, it was. I had a smiley emoji next to it. I was half trolling. Obviously, when you're joking, there's like an element of truth in the joke. That's what makes it funny.
That's what makes it funny. You guys are a little slow, bro. You guys are a little slow.
That's my Cash App.
So you're gonna pay the
I don't have Cash App. I got Bitcoin. I'll send you my Bitcoin wallet because
I don't have Bitcoin.
He doesn't need your wallet. You need him to send you.
No, I don't.
Wow.
Carlos just admitted the reason he was trolling / smiling and chuckling.
It's not about the reason.
The truth.
He said he was trolling, which is what I claimed.
Yeah, because of the truth of what I was saying.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is really the way to kind of cleanse the community.
This was $100 session. It's not even something small.
I mean, but look, would you pay $100 to never see CM anywhere in these rooms?
Absolutely.
He doesn't need to pay that. He already blocked.
No. I can only get you out of the Andrew rooms and maybe some of the Gestalt rooms. I want you off the app. And I would easily pay $100 for that.
I know you. My mere presence makes you insecure.
You call whatever you want. You call whatever you want. I just want you gone.
Carlos.
My mere presence triggers.
Everyone,
we all know that. You got that.
All right, I'm gonna move you on. Carlos. Do you think that, given what the bet says, do you think that what's his name, CM owes Albedo $100?
That's not for me to decide.
You are such a fucking weasel, bro.
You're dragging into this. I was chilling in the audience.
You're such a fucking weasel.
You know, this is actually why I was apprehensive to letting just Carlos do it, because I knew Carlos would want to take the middle ground as much as he could. But with with Jeff, I was like, oh, that's absolutely like, even though like he just like I already know, just, like Jeff would just be like, yeah, that's a fucking bullshit.
Well, I think Mark would too.
Mark is also another like half.
No, but like in a situation like this, I don't think like this. I don't think the stakes are like sufficiently high enough for him to think, oh, I don't.
Yeah.
Even if no money was on the line, Carlos would still be like Switzerland.
Carlos, I hate that you're being. I hate that you're like, it's not for me to decide. I was half trolling. Like we were wanting to decide a bet, and you were purposely making it difficult to interpret the bet.
Sam,
There's-
But this what I say on the deism thing, like there's
No. The question is whether he was cooking us. That's the
on the
question.
deism point, right? Or was
I think you didn't.
What did you mean?
Generally,
Well, it wasn't clear about when you said it about what was specifically you said
Well,
it
you
to.
can be honest about when it was.
When he said that, what he was responding to wasn't like specifically what you said or like what you were saying it to. It was just that we are being cooked by him.
Yeah, but like guys, look, I'll speak on behalf of Carlos because he's my best friend in the whole world. He obviously doesn't think CM was cooking anything. He knows he's a drunk idiot, but he's like this like bleeding heart, especially when it comes to like atheist/new atheist types. Because of that, he feels like obliged to defend CM in some way. He doesn't want to see him like lose like this. Because of that, he's just
He doesn't want to see him.
That's where we're at with this.
He doesn't want to see him.
Thanks for the solid analysis.
this is so disappointing. I was like ready to bust of CM having to pay $100, and now we got this fucking Carlos being like half trolling, not for me to decide.
I guarantee you, if it was like the only reason he's doing the half trolling thing is because it's Albedo. If it was me who had made the bet, he would have just voted for CM. He would be like, no,
Definitely.
he 100% cooked you.
Yeah, but hold on, Sam, Carlos. I think you can be honest with this, okay? The bet is that you were not trolling, and you said you were half trolling. That makes him lose the bet.
What's your rules? I'm not decided.
Well, no, but if you were Carlos, come on. If the bet is this is my bet. I'm saying I'm betting. This is my bet.
But Andrew, CM didn't even agree to your law.
Yeah, exactly. CM
I
agree, so I guess he doesn't have to pay.
That was my major point. Okay, Sasha.
I just want to be clear that if I had lost the bet, that I would be fucking paying like if I was reading like this.
We have an understanding, Sasha. We aren't going to talk about that publicly, and the hatchet is buried.
You know, you should have done. That was good. That was actually pretty good, Andrew, as well. I think it's almost like you're learning from Sasha, but she's teaching.
I am. Sasha's a supreme Anders.
Yeah,
He's the me Anders.
Very bad. So,
what?
Like guys, I was ready to buzz. And
Okay,
Carlos is out
wait,
here.
you know what you should have phrased?
Carlos is out here like, oh,
wait. This is a bet.
Sam, keep your pants on.
Bring CM back up here and ask him, like, does he think Carlos was being 100% serious? Because it's too late now because he's already conceded. Like Carlos said, but Carlos, were you being completely serious when you said it? And I know the emoji, but just were you being completely serious when you said he's cooking?
I said it was a half troll.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying I just wanted to get you to confirm it. Like
I was just
like I said, I
was enjoying entertainment. You thought that he was gonna I don't know, crash out when he came on stage, but he was going back and forth with Andrew.
No, I didn't think.
But I think that the deism point, I think I'd agree with Sam. Like you can still give evidence if you're taking deism to be some kind of intervention or interaction with the physical world, that you can just leave evidence. I agree with that point. So if that's what it comes down to, then I would say that I would agree with Sam.
I just want to.
Okay, so if you agree, him agreeing with me means that that CM was not cooking.
Yeah, because CM was disagreeing. He was saying that was wrong, and I said that. I said a deistic God could provide evidence that he exists. That's what I said. In this universe, doesn't matter. In principle, it doesn't have to be this universe. I said could, and he said no.
Alright, so the fact that he agrees with me is kind of not consistent with the hypothesis that he was cooking us. So, I mean, I think that sounds like CM lost the bet, but you're still leaving it ambiguous, Carlos. You're still leaving it ambiguous.
So the comment was in reference to me being entertained by the whole back and forth.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's okay. Yeah, but the way CM understood it is that he was cooking us as far as the points, the substantive value of the points, and his points were not substantive. He was wrong, and that's the whole.
Did you get onto the Diazim thing when he came up right away? Was there some?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, pretty much there was no points that he was cooking even prior to that. We were just going back and forth. I asked him if he was an atheist. He tried to explain what he was. I said, well, what is a person that says there is no God? And he's like, we don't really have a term for that. He said we don't have a term for people who believe in gods. Do you think that's cooking, Carlos? Do you think that's cooking, Carlos? We don't have a term for those who believe there is no God.
Yeah, I'm still on the side with the atheists, but yeah, I think he gave whatever reasons he believes in God.
That's terrible.
Yeah, but when I said he was cooking, I wasn't being like serious. It was just me.
Thank you for being
half troll.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Well, half troll meaning, but he didn't say anything substantive, though, right? When you get down to the substance of what he's saying, you don't think he made a point. If you could, then you can remember when you said that. Is there anything that he said that you thought was substantive that overtook what we said? Did he say anything that was like, oh, Sam, Andrew, you're wrong for this reason, and whatever we said? At any point, did you say, yep, that's right, he's correct?
No, I agree with some on the Diazim point. So, like,
that's right.
He says something that was substantive, but you could say it's wrong. Like, he doesn't overtake what you said. Say that. But yeah, he came up and said substantive stuff.
Yeah,
so,
over the continuum.
And I don't think he's John Keevan.
Do you think that was I being cooked by CM?
No, I was enjoying the.
Well, I was not enjoying it. You weren't cooked, Sam. He said no. He said, okay. Bring CM up.
Timothy, I made it odd because I've sent him down so many times that I can't bring him down up anymore, I think.
All right, bring CM up so we can get this payday on.
Yeah.
You're like making Timothy like do the worst thing possible. He has to bring CM. No, I know. You're a stubborn man, Timothy. But you do come around.
One of the least stubborn of the people we debate in this room. He's like willing to concede points. He's actually not that stubborn.
Well,
I mean, Anthony's right. I'm like, there's some things.
Yo, did you guys read the comments?
So.
Oh boy, we're gonna do a second bet about comment on the bet.
No. This is a
Carlos said that you were not cooking me. So
yeah.
Carlos said
again, not cooking you in your hypothetical universe where you constructed it that way.
Is this
dishonest? Of course, we said it's possible.
No. The bet was whether or not Carlos was being dead serious when he said you were cooking us, and he said it affirmatively.
He said I was making substantive points.
But he said you were not.
This.
He said affirmatively, you did not cook me. So, therefore,
because I was mainly arguing with Andrew.
Cooking us is not true.
Carlos, did you?
And again, yo. So I don't even want to throw Carlos under the bus. Again, this is really unfair. He's afraid to cut ties with you guys.
No, that's not it. Carlos,
he's afraid to cut ties with you guys. Ask him alone in a private room.
The shit out of you if you side with CM.
Ask him alone in a private room where he's not gonna fold under your little peer pressure.
Carlos,
and you'll get an honest answer.
He's calling you a bitch, Carlos. I will find you. Carlos, I will find you in London.
CM, you are a worm. You're a worm. You're a weasel. And this is what atheism does. What you're doing right now.
Sure, buddy.
This is worming, buddy.
This is also what Islam does, apparently.
Alright, guys. I have a new rule. Whenever we bets from now on with bets, I'm gonna have a thing where both of you have to Venmo a third party.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, the judge of the matter, because this is never working.
I'm trying to set an escrow.
No fucking honor amongst you guys. Like, I bet Sasha something, and I lost the bet to Sasha, and then I paid Sasha the money. I don't don't think I've seen anyone else pay anything that's fucking happened. You guys have no fucking honor.
I gotta give my Bitcoin wallet and the put it in escrow.
What was the dispute?
Just like
You're dishonest.
But again, you guys are ganging up on Carlos.
What was the dispute with Social?
I thought that Sasha had said that she had not said.
Putting him up.
Oh, I was there. I remember that.
All ganging up on him.
Damn, shut up.
And so he's folding under the fucking
Damn,
bro. Shut up. Unfortunately, he's folding under the peer pressure.
Damn, please.
If it was pro-lyrical,
Damn, please stop talking. Please stop talking.
These guys
Damn,
would not
I paid-
fold
Damn,
under the
I paid
pressure.
Johnny Haas. Damn, I paid Johnny Haas. I made a bet with him and I lost it and I paid him.
How much was it?
$20.
Wait, can I just say one thing though? By the way,
That's a common amount.
Sasha, you've done 3 references. You've done 3.
That was actually different.
Yeah, I'm going to point out, Sasha, that you have done 3 references to something we both agreed that the hatchet is buried on, and we will not make any more public
Like references, I think are fine.
Oh,
like,
wow.
Like disgusting it. Okay, Andrew, I'll bet you I'll stop making references.
You're such.
Yeah, you guys can go back to your echo chamber now.
See, there's no echo chamber, you goober. What are you talking about? There's atheists, there's agnostics, there's people that are all...
exactly. And you guys are backing him into a corner because he doesn't want to cut ties.
You hear what I just said? I just responded to your point where we're in an echo chamber, and I just said, what do you mean an echo chamber? Because there's atheists, there's Christians, there's agnostics.
No, I'm talking about in this specific scenario.
In this specific scenario, we're not all in agreement.
Putting Carlos on the spot, and he doesn't want to cut ties with you guys. He doesn't want to tell you how stupid you guys sounded.
No.
How stupid. Yes, man. Dude, it's
He said
so obvious.
he said you were not cooking me.
You gotta be fucking social.
He said you were not. He
He
affirmatively said that you were not cooking me.
Carlos, can you please
the
say
bet?
something here?
The bet was about whether or not he thought literally that you were cooking us, and he said you were not cooking me. So you lost.
No,
this
okay.
bet.
I told you I did cook you in our universe.
No.
Put
The
it
bet.
in
No.
your
The bet is whether.
hypothetical universe.
The bet
You
is whether.
constructed.
The bet is whether Carlos thinks. The bet is whether Carlos thinks.
Okay, Carlos. Okay, let's do it again. Carlos
already affirmatively said that he does not think.
Yes,
you
in your hypothetically
No.
on purpose universe.
The bet
Even
is whether
I can see.
Carlos thinks
I can see.
you were cooking me. And
In this
he
universe.
said affirmatively, you were not cooking me in this debate. So you lost your bet to Albedo.
No,
and if you were a man of honor, you would pay him $100.
You're out of your mind. I lost the fucking bet, yo.
Carlos said you were not cooking me. That's what he said. Those words. You were not cooking me. The bet made with
Because you
Albedo.
made
The bet you made with Albedo.
hypothetical.
No. The bet you made with Albedo was that Carlos does not actually believe you're cooking us. Now, he does not believe that you were actually cooking me. And I am part of us. So you lost the bet.
You guys are putting him on the spot, and he doesn't want to cut ties with you guys. It's completely understandable.
It's just cool.
I don't give a fuck. So I'm being completely honest.
So it is honest.
You lost the
So
bet.
why do you think
Carlos,
that
unfortunately,
is
is
not?
not.
Yeah,
doesn't
but
want
you knew
to
that he
cut
was
ties
going to
with
do
you
that. Why
guys.
don't we let him talk? Why don't we let Carlos talk and see if that's what's happening? He's just
I don't know. Yeah. He's like, why do you think he's on the
Carlos.
phone? He doesn't want to have.
He's
this
on the phone right
conversation.
now.
You guys are so.
He doesn't want to have this conversation because he doesn't want to cut ties with you.
Oh, that's why he's on the phone.
Right.
Yeah.
He
And
doesn't
it's
want
really important that we hold this like rambling retard accountable. It's really, really important.
No, it's
No, again, because I'm not in your little fucking cult of Andrew, and where they think Sasha's some kind of fucking genius. This shit is loud.
I have an IQ of 200. So it's not dumb.
You have an
You have
IQ
to be
of
taken
200,
to
I have an
task.
IQ of like 2 million.
Yeah, it should
Whatever
be.
your
Andrew
IQ
has to
is,
get
I
really
have
upset.
like
really
6
impossible.
zeros behind it, and that's my IQ.
And she'll be.
No, you don't. You don't have
Last
to.
you beat CM up if you saw CM.
Yeah, I will beat him up. I will find him in Colombia.
Fucking pussy
And I'll be
ass
like,
Bulgarian
"Beat
friends gonna beat me up.
No, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you, CM.
Yo, I will. My advisors from Sophia.
Oh, I did not know Sasha was trans.
Did he say so?
No, that's not true.
Alright, guys. Andrew, that was kind of entertaining, but also horrible, and people in this app.
By kind of, Sam means not remotely.
No, it was actually very
No,
entertaining.
there was parts that were entertaining, but
CM needs to pay the debt though. That's $100.
Gonna pay.
Also,
Also,
I don't for a second think I'm actually gonna get paid.
yeah. I want to see
That's actually why I tried to get him to pay it to someone else first because I already knew that was gonna happen.
Yeah.
It's too fucking hard.
Pay you a Bitcoin.
Yeah. I mean, valid inference now is me fucking $10, and he's not gonna pay me. People are just bad with this shit. They just don't have honor.
Never make bets with the super anonymous people because they're obviously never going to they're never going to want to pay.
Do people just not have honor? If I was an anonymous
Well,
account,
Sasha's kind of like that, but
if I made a bet with you, an anonymous account, I would pay you the bet if I lost the bet. It's just like a matter of honor.
I would have paid you something.
Yeah, but you're a Jew. There's a lot,
Wouldn't that be though, Bob? Wouldn't that be the opposite of what you would expect?
No, they have strong feelings about money. Have you ever seen Deep Space Nine, Andrew? You know the Ferengi?
No, what's that? What's the Ferengi? Tell me about it.
It's this like society, civilization of aliens that covet money. Like their entire mythology and society is based on like unadulterated greed.
Holy cow! Is it a Star Trek episode or something?
They're a race in Star Trek.
Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
Guys, they're not based on Jews at all. They have big ears.
Wrong appendage. Yeah, wrong appendage.
Well, they have sizable noses as well.
Oh, Lordy. That's great.
Oh, man. Well,
Okay, so I need the new protocol with bets is going to be we assign a judge. The judge decides the matter, and then you pay them before. That's the new protocol.
You can't make bets with unserious people though, and expect to get paid.
Are you saying
Well, no.
CM's
No, do it for when they're really calm. Judge. I made 2 bets recently. I don't think I'm going to get paid on either of them. I won 2 bets recently. I don't need it on either of them. I just needed to. This guy was beating me on something about the brain, and I said there was a correlation, and then the first Google search was that there was a correlation, and I was like,
you should have bet Sully earlier when you were yelling at Sully. You should have bet him.
Yeah, what is that like worth listening to?
No, it was a dumb little thing. It was not worth listening to. The Ethan versus Sully thing was very funny. If you haven't listened to that one's very funny. But the
okay, wait.
I don't want to listen to Ethan speaking about some of these topics, to be honest.
Well, you should. But what happened with Sully?
No. Ethan versus Sully was.
Ethan versus Sully. Sorry, I missed that. I thought because you told me to listen back to your conversation from today, right? And I was like, I don't really.
No, Ethan versus Sully. What happened?
No, so Ethan versus Sully was very funny because so I was saying that concepts can refer to things, okay, and then Sully goes, reference is linguistic, and then what's his name? Ethan's like, oh no, actually no, it can be non-linguistic, and then Sully's like, no, this is what Sam's always getting confused about. That references is a linguistic notion, and then Ethan's like, no, that's not the standard way it's used at all. And then they just go in this like really fucking heated like half-hour thing where Ethan's just like calling him a retard, an embarrassing retard, like over and over about how he knows nothing about philosophy and how he's showing his true character.
Whoa! Is that in this room? Is that in this room or the previous one?
Well, it's in the one.
He's like, hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, I want to hear this.
The one it's called Fill of Language, and it's at 5 hours and 19 minutes. If you want to listen to it,
you'll love it. No, it's funny though, because like there's one response Ethan gives where he just like pauses and goes, "Because you're an idiot."
Wait, who said that? Ethan said that, or
I don't think it's Sully insulted him once. I think Ethan was one doing all the insulting.
What was the timestamp? Did you say?
5 hours, 19 minutes.
That's awesome. How did you know that, Sam? Did you?
Because I sent it to him because I thought he'd find it entertaining, and I
Muslim, Sam, you need to get him to get you into Islam because he's pretty sharp like that.
Wait, what? Doesn't Sherman believe in jinn? Wait, isn't this the first time we debated on whether jinn exists?
Okay, Shamarka. Who is the jinn? Samuel, who is this jinn that would you speak?
Sherman, you believe in jinn, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Why do you pronounce it like that?
what, jinn? We're doing a jinn right now? Because I like the little, when I write it, I always write it with a little D because it looks cool, and then I like to say the little D.
Like the jinn.
Jinn.
There's like the jaw, isn't it? Yeah, like some of us. Go on, Shamarka.
Yeah. No, we don't need to debate jinn again. Sasha, my room is called Wokeness. I wanted to get your views on wokeness.
I actually wanted to say something about that.
It's okay. I don't want to debate whether jinn exists. Sasha, do you want to?
No, it's not about jinn. It's about wokeness.
Okay, I'm going to ask Sasha, and then I'll ask you after Sasha. I'll go to you, Sean.
What my view on wokeness?
Yeah, your views on what wokeness is, whether it exists, and like if it does exist.
Well, I don't.
Okay, it's fine. If you don't
Okay,
want
sorry, I don't know. Like what wokeness? Like it's like there's a bunch of like things people use to describe as wokeness, right? It's like I don't know. I mean, initially it was something like caring about the injustices of society. Nowadays, it's kind of like just being like a non-progressive. That's like a common usage. I mean, yes, I think that there are people who are, I don't know, more aware of injustices than others, and I also think that there are non-progressives who kind of pretend to be aware of these things, but like focus only on the aspects of like social injustice that get them social points.
what causes this like stupidity? Is it just is it like the same sort of reason why people are stupid about every ideology, or is there like a specific reason why like this kind of stupidity like manifests when it did?
I mean, I've said this many times, but my theory is just like, well, first of all, just it being popular in certain circles is going to spread naturally. And then I think like what explains a lot of people engaging in it is that, well, you get like a few perks out of thinking of the world in this way. One is that you're like a victim who can blame everything going wrong in your life on, I don't know, systematic issues that you have no control over, and you still have no control. This kind of absolves you of anything going wrong in your life. The second one is you get to virtue signal. You get to get the appearance of a virtuous person who cares about issues without actually having to do anything. You just need to like, repeat a bunch of like slogans. And third, you get to do something which is quite fun, which is just like villainize certain groups who are perceived oppressors in this movement and just bash them in any way you like. It's like there's no limit to what you can say about them. And that's sort of satisfying. And it's also like getting you like prestige within the social circle for your willingness to do it. So I think that's like what makes a lot of it.
Well, why don't all, given these like fact that this is psychologically tempting to do, why doesn't every group just do this? Given that it's like so pleasing.
I mean, I think a lot of groups do it. I think conservatives in a way do that as well. Just for them, it's more like, well, we're like victims of like, I don't know, the leftist cabal or something. But like, I mean, their victim mentality is something like, it's a bit different. I mean, it's not like the kind of thing I would describe as woke. I think that like similar psychological motivations show up for them and just manifest slightly differently. Like, tariffs are a good example where like basically, they have like the same sort of incentives. It's just like the ideas that they like latch onto aren't like progressives. They're like ideas of like all, women are oppressed and these like crazy men are trying to, I don't know, invade their spaces or something. And it's like I think the incentives there are pretty much the same. It's like you get to say like whatever horrible shit you like about that group you will against. You get to kind of whine about like how oppressed you are, and you can sort of get social points for like saying, okay, well, this is like an issue I'm aware of. Blah, blah, blah. So I mean, I don't think it's like unique to progressives. It's just like that manifestation kind of became associated with the term wokeness.
It's interesting and plausible. Thanks, Sasha. Sharmik, you said you had some views on wokeness that you wanted to articulate.
Yeah, I was thinking about when I was hearing speak, he was making fun of that one CM guy. He was like, he was basically mocking him, and this thought came to mind. He was like, just look around us, right? Look, he was making fun of him, but I just thought that was very important, right? Awareness, right? The fact that people are just intuitively aware, right, of their surroundings, right? Like, for example, right, if I put you in a desert and you seen a phone, you found a phone in the sand, right? Most people are gonna say this phone came from somewhere. Where did this phone? It had to have come from somewhere. Somebody had to have made it. Without knowing or seeing the person make the phone, this is the conclusion people come up with. This is what you call intuitive awareness, right? And I was reading the
Albedo. What do you think wokeness is?
Wait, were you not tempted to see how he made the connection between fucking watchmaker and wokeness? I was desperate. It could have been amazing. You could have missed the greatest opportunity ever.
Albedo, what do you think wokeness is? Does it exist? And if it does exist, why does it manifest the way it does?
I have no idea, honestly.
Word.
I don't really call people woke or anything.
But like in a PC culture, I mean, you must have, heard that term or bandied about.
Yeah, of course. I hear it.
So like, what's PC culture? And then let's just talk about that then.
There's things you can say that are gonna make people mad.
Yeah. Well, do you think is there a reason why the left got interested in controlling language when they did, whereas maybe the right has less of an interest in controlling language or something like that?
I think they both have a way of controlling language. Like they don't the right don't want people to change the word woman and stuff. I mean, they want to control language too.
Yeah.
It's different versions of it, I guess. I don't know, the political, I think this is more political, and I generally don't do politics, although this is a topic that I'm not completely averse to. It's just not something that I generally delve into.
Makes sense. I don't know. It's very interesting to me that on one level, people seem to care so much. Okay, on one level, what language we use, and I can't say the word fag anymore, so now I'm oppressed. On one level, that doesn't matter, but intuitively, people really think it matters, and I think the reason why they think it matters is two things. One is what your culture is matter. It does in fact matter, the norms and culture of your society. And if people are able to enforce things on you that you didn't agree to, it means you've lost control of your culture. And then I think another part of it that bothers people is it's very clearly trying to lower the status of white people. That you can't use we can use certain words, we can talk certain way, but you can't. You are lower status, and that people are very like affected by their like feelings of being lower prestige. And I think this is like why it drives people crazy, even though on the face of it doesn't seem like it matters that much to their life.
Just them being brainwashed by conservative bullshit. Like, you should look up like conservative correctness and look at the examples of that and see how many like instances there are of conservatives like purposefully mislabeling things and like insisting like that they don't want to call things by in reasonable ways, but in ways that reflect their conservative take on it.
I googled conservative correctness. I hate the website Rational Wiki. That's the first thing that comes up.
Yeah, that's the best wiki.
You like Rational Wiki, bro? Oh man, hate Rational Wiki. Like, I think that Rational Wiki is fine on things like UFOs or whatever, but when it comes to like anything that's like politically contentious, I just find that they are not fair.
Yeah, and if you were a UFO believer, you would also think that the first part is also bad, like about Rational Wiki.
Yeah, I understand, but like, political questions are not they're not merely matters of fact; they're also like matters of principle. So it's like not the same sort of thing. And then another matter is just like the evidence about UFOs is that are different than the like evidence about like I don't know sex differences. Like in fact, or like things like that, where like there's some PC positions that are like so much overwhelming evidence against them that you're basically just a retard for believing in them.
What's one
and like
about that?
If you think that men and women don't have average differences in dispositions, you're just like a fucking you just are confused. You're just an uninformed person.
In what dispositions?
Men are on average attracted to women, and women are on average attracted to men. This is a psychological disposition that they're genetically hardwired to have this.
You think like someone in PC circles deny that heterosexuals are like the majority of the population?
They will say a lot of this is less common now. They used to say things that like everything about male and females is just purely culturally conditioned. This was a common view even a couple of decades ago. It's less common now though.
I mean, I'm not gonna take your word for it because like in any activist circles online or in real life, like I never hear such things, and I've been like on the left for I don't know 15 years probably, and earlier I was pretty active like among the radical left, like anarchists and Antifa, like, again both in real life, so here in Eastern Europe and online. So like when people like say these what I would call like conservative claims about what the progressives believe and what they like always say or often say, like it's almost always very disconnected from what I've like heard or read. I mean, I'm gonna like there is one circle where I didn't have much contact with, and maybe like it applies there, and that's some weird like American centric postmodernist circles. Like I have no contact with that. Like I'm very much against postmodernism. So like I don't know those weird philosophy kind of bent people who might be like doing some progressive stuff. Maybe what you're saying like applies there, but I don't think that's representative of like leftism or progressivism.
there's a really in-depth article on this guy named David Gerard, and David Gerard is like a prolific editor of Rational Wiki, and he has edited Rational Wiki upwards of 30,000 times, and it just like points out in exhaustive detail his like malfeasance. I can't. You've yet to accept me on Discord, so I can't just send you this message right now. But I don't know. I guess I'll just message you over the app.
I don't see you on Discord. You didn't like send me any requests. I don't know. Maybe you did.
I tried to.
I mean, I'm not seeing it.
Alright, well, I'm Dingus Rosen, so if you want to add me, you can. There's no spaces between them.
I mean, I have message requests, but like none from any dingus.
Well, can you just try to add Dingus Rosen on Discord, and then.
Where am I supposed to find that?
I think you can just friend request, and then the name Dingus Rosen, and then. Anyway, I put it in the chat. This is like an exhaustive.
I see it in the like friend requests.
Alright, sweet. Alright, I sent you it. So this is just like an exhaustive article, like pointing out this guy who edited Rational Wiki 30,000 times, and like his like personal bad epistemic practices and like corruption that he's up to. So like, I know this is the sort of thing that makes me dislike Rational Wiki. Is that like a guy who's edited it 30,000 times is just like in no way held accountable for his bad actions. Yeah. Whatever, it's like, that's pretty. You can read the article and tell me what you think, or don't read the article. Like, it's up to you. I like.
I mean, what's the point? Like, that he managed to get away with like some bad faith edits? Or?
Yeah, lots of bad faith edits.
I mean, okay.
And he wasn't a marginal figure, as I said. He edited it 30,000 times. He wasn't like a marginal figure. What's up, Venus?
Yeah, what's going on?
Hey, Venus, have you interacted with CM at all?
Isn't that PhD math guy seems confused about everything?
Yeah. Well, I was going to ask you, do you think he's one of the great, clubhouse philosophers in his reasoning a bit?
I don't know. I think he's always like either trolling or just stupid. I can't figure it out.
Yeah. He owes Albedo $100 and will not pay. It's unfortunate.
Apparently he's good at math, though.
Yeah. I mean, probably better than average, probably not like. Probably, I would guess that does he say he's a PhD in math?
Yeah, that's what he claims.
Like, I would expect other PhDs in math to not think he's very good. If I had to, make a bet.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised about that.
So, Venus, what do you think wokeness is? And then, does it exist? And if it does exist, why does it exist?
What do I think wokeness is? It seems like I just think it to be something like about like identity issues pertaining to the Me Too stuff and the trans stuff, and like race stuff, to like a more extreme extent than the average concern of people on the left side since like 2017, something like that. I don't know if I have like a more precise definition. Do I think it exists? Yeah, I think so. As a phenomenon, I think there's do I think it's like an issue or it's like a huge part of the leftist movement? No, I don't think so.
Why do you think it happened?
I think the events of Me Too give it a lot of kick, and I'm trying to think about like the trans stuff. I think younger people just got more interested in that stuff, and they went to university, and I also think maybe it might have happened also that the right wing are like focusing, hyper zooming on that, giving it more attention, took it out of like the fringe into like more mainstream. Probably a combination of those factors. Probably to some extent, the woke stuff always existed in academia and was something that people in universities always sort of came across. But it's spilled to mainstream media, I think, is recent. But why that is, I'm not entirely too sure. Maybe it's the right to blame on that for them focusing on that stuff, but I don't know.
It's the treadmill of like weird right wing pejoratives taken from left leaning terminology. Before that, you had politically correct. Before that, you had like, no, actually, there was like social justice warrior at one point. Like there are several like those. I can't remember all of them.
Yeah, but those didn't seem to exist in Obama's.
Don't forget feminazi.
But Gary, if it originated in the universities, wouldn't that imply that it's like fairly widespread, even though it wasn't at the forefront? It's still something that is present within those circles, right? So then it would be.
It was always in the.
Yeah, but then it would be de facto institutionalized, right?
As a phenomenon in academia, yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
But I was thinking more how it spread over to like mainstream media and topics. That was like a recent thing.
Yeah, no, I agree. 100%.
Recently, it actually signifies like something that's very milquetoast. Like if you go, I'm looking at the wiki now, Wikipedia. Woke is an adjective derived from African American vernacular English, parallel to general American English word awake, meaning and like India, African American vernacular English, meaning alertness to racial prejudice and discrimination. Stay woke has been used in African American English since the 1930s, acquired political connotation in the 70s, and gained further popularity in 1910s with the hashtag Stay Woke. Came to be referred to a broad awareness of social inequalities such as racial injustice, sexism, and denial of LGBT rights. It's used as a shorthand for some ideas of the American left, including identity politics and social justice. Further popularized by 1914, there's been the 2014 Ferguson protests, Black Lives Matter. It says by 2019, the term has been used sarcastically as a pejorative among many of the political rights in some centuries to disparage woke leftists and progressive movements as superficial and insincere, which is like just random, like anti-progressive, like,
Yeah, it's more all-encompassing term now than it was before. But I want to just prod a little bit, push back maybe on the fact that you can absolutely say that it's been used as a tool for right-wing pundits to mostly gain views and money to kind of grift on this whole thing, right? But you can't you also have to concede to a certain extent that the use of certain language exploded in like the early 2010s, right? Right around 2010 to 2012, like the use of racism, toxic masculinity, all these kind of academic terms, right? They started entering the public zeitgeist, especially in like, I think they showed like a Google Trends for a bunch of keywords, and all of them simultaneously started popping up, like going parabolic in like Sweden, Netherlands, and Canada at this time, right? So it's not like it came out of nowhere. It's like it started becoming more prevalent in public discourse, and that's why these right wingers started harping on it, right? They were like, oh, look, they're trying to brainwash our kids.
The same thing that keeps happening at every stage of social progress. I mean, they mentioned that, in the stay woke was first politically used in the 70s. I mean, in the 70s, there was the same thing. Right wingers talking about, the hippies, they're like all drugged up. Everyone's having sex with everyone. The gays are now like a thing. What's that?
Right. My criticism though is that the wokes aren't they're illiberal. They're just they are conservatives in the sense that the Jonathan Haidt sense of they care about things other than harm and fairness. They care about respect, as in you've not shown me the appropriate respect. Like when you culturally appropriated me, you disrespected me. When you microaggressed against me, you disrespected me. So notions of purity, like like you as a white person would be irritating, like my culture by like interacting with like, oh you're this is like lots of things are like sacredness stuff and purity stuff and respect stuff that is like not liberal. That like liberalism is about harm and fairness, and they're just obviously concerned about like the appropriate displays of respect and things like that.
You're like misusing moral foundation theory there. Like this wouldn't fall under any sort of purity stuff. Like purity stuff is based on like the disgust reaction.
Yep.
And connected to like religious claims. Like that's how it's framed.
Yes.
In the theory, like it's like saying, oh, gay people are immoral. Why? Well, it's unnatural. Like it's some term that like expresses like a disdain, but not in an emotional way. You want to intellectualize it to make it more, at least a bit more reasonable sounding. So you say things like unnatural.
Yeah, the question of moral dumbfounding is a very common thing. But moral dumbfounding isn't just about this like sacred. Like Jonathan Haidt studies moral dumbfounding. That's like sort of separate question from like sacredness as one of the moral foundations. And it's true that disgust is like, it's almost as if disgust is one end, or of the least sacred things are disgusting, and the most sacred things are like pure, holy, like whatever. But the way there's a whole psychology of sacredness that I can send you some papers on if you're curious about. That relates to like unwillingness to think about trade-offs and stuff like that. And
I have a more simplistic approach
to do with it. Like the entire woke thing, or politically correct thing, or the social justice warrior thing, from the perspective of progressivism. So like not taking into consideration the weird like misrepresentations by the right that want to shit on it, but just like objectively saying, okay, so what are the progressive people saying? What are they saying? Why? That's fully and totally just within the like fairness and harm moral foundations. Like they want to make sure that these things that are like in sociology they will fall under so-called cultural matrices, various patterns of cultural behavior in institutions or outside of them, that they don't harm people who are already marginalized, and they don't make further disadvantages for people which would be unfair, etc. Like that's the thing.
But it's also, you could argue, not all of it's Eleni, don't get me wrong, but there are performative aspects of this, right? There's a lot of people that
want to be on the current thing because they want to gain social capital. And they don't really care about these issues. They just want to be part of the cool group. And for me, it's fundamentally the flaws of Hegelian dialectic, that you need an in-group and an out-group. Either you're part of the in-group or you're part of the out-group. So everything becomes essentially like zero-sum game, and that's not really how I think a society should operate. It's like, oh, I have these resources. Well, I demand to have those because you have them, and you're the wrong person that has them, so I have to go against you. And it rightfully, I've listened to Slavoj Žižek when he criticizes, this thing. It's essentially pushed out the class issues. It's more about just group issues. They claim that it's like a umbrella. Like we operate in intersectionality, but it's just faced, it's just cosmetics. People are still fucking poor. It's not like maybe that is the issue to fix first, and then you can nitpick later. But it seems more like it's just a tactic, because it's espoused by even more moderate Democrats, for example. If we're looking at the American context, they are also pro this. It could be to advance their career, but it's more likely that we can gain from this if we divide people based on characteristics that you can't really change. Then they can't band together and go against capitalism. So it depends on the outlook, I guess. I'm sorry if I'm all over the place, but I hope you get my.
Sorry, I was AFK for the beginning of that.
Okay.
Is the left or the right stoking the divisions that
No, I think there are certain parts of them. They all have something to gain from pushing this further, making people more divided by focusing on external aspects or intrinsic aspects. Sorry, like the fact that you are black, you can't change your skin color, right?
But I think that when class reductionist leftists accuse woke people and woke progressivism, like identity politics, of dividing the masses, based on race and gender, we should be uniting as a class, as the working class, the masses, whatever, the 99%. We shouldn't focus on these identity issues that divide us. Is that what you mean, that kind of narrative?
A little bit, Selene. I'm not saying I'm on that side. I'm saying that is as right people tend to, argue against these topics from their own perspective to further their own agenda. There are clearly people on the left that has legitimate points of concern when they're criticizing this. I'm not saying that they're right, but that they absolutely can find aspects of it that are problematic. And again, it's nitpicking, but at the same time, maybe they think that the class aspect is more important presently, and then once you have fixed that part, then you can focus on the other aspects, because it seems like it's very hard to get people to gather around one single topic, because all people intrinsically have their own goals and beliefs and needs, so it's very hard to kind of get people to gather for many different things. It's easier maybe to just focus on one thing, fix that, and then go on to the next thing. That's at least how I view it.
The gathering part across any lines is a different topic, because you could technically be a class struggle leftist, but still want to get the classes together. If there's a higher prescient issue, if World War II and Nazi Germany starting to conquer the world, you as a class struggle leftist, you still want your liberal capitalists to support the struggle against the Nazi Germany. You're not going to be we don't want to cooperate with them in any certain way. You're going to unite even there. So the getting people together is one thing, but the other, their conceptual thing, by talking about identity issues, you're dividing the masses and the working classes. Seems to me to be like the same type of setting an argument, like criticism or point, whatever, that they reject, that is directed at them by people who, as the leftists would say, promote class collaboration. You know, the people would say to the leftists, like throughout the 20th century, well, there shouldn't be class struggle. You know, you're just dividing, like the population. You're like making divisions. We should all just unite over some goals, which can be goals of economic reform to better the situation of the poor, etc. But your narrative is not helping because you're dividing, making divisions. I actually think this makes more sense than the leftist, class reductionist leftist like criticism of like identity politics. I think this class collaboration and criticism of the class struggle leftism like makes much more sense. And because what is more pertinent for like if you're interested in class, like class struggle, in order to have class struggle, the class first needs to be united in order to be like class conscious and then struggle for its interest against the ruling class that is exploiting it or oppressing it. But in order for a class to be united, it needs to be free of inter-class oppressive relations. So like if within a class you have privileged and disprivileged groups and there's a conflict and like inequality within a class, how is that different than the inequality between classes that you as a class struggle leftists are trying to address?
Yeah, no, I see your point.
And by if you're a class struggle leftist, you're a communist or whatever socialist, and you say to black people and to women and to LGBT people, look, shut up about your issues, we should unite as a class. How is that different than like someone who's not a leftist telling to the leftists, look, you workers, shut up, like shut up about your interests, we should unite as a nation or as a like the entire population. Like in fact the second one seems more plausible because you could say like it's a part of some overarching perspective. Whereas when the leftist says that to the women and like racial minorities and LGBT people, it seems that they are like kind of internally have a sort of tension or contradiction. They want to like liberate from oppression and exploitation, but then they're telling other groups to shut up about their
because there's limits to their empathy or understanding.
I disagree so strongly with your takes on social justice, like so much. But I'm really tired, guys. So I want to close the room out because I want to sit for replay. But thanks, guys, for. Andrew, you want to make the room?
I'll open the room. Yeah, I'll open the room.
All right, everyone should go to Andrew's room.
And Sam, your house is growing fast, brother. I hope you're thankful for your for your launch into success, brother. You're almost at 3K. That's awesome.
Look at me go.
There's your hut, man. But I appreciate you, brother. Have a good night. Sleep well, buddy.
the number one weapon used in Kashmir is? Air gun, pellet gun. That's it. Pellet guns. That's what you're talking about. The Israelis are providing pellet guns. I know, but what's causing all the problems? It's pellet guns. Well, you bring up pellet guns.
So that's a nonsensical talking point.
It's a non-starter.
It really isn't a non-starter. What you're doing is called nitpicking.
Listen, the black rabbi.
The matter is that I don't know. The black rabbi, the reality is that you cannot refute anything I've said. So you're saying blah blah blah. Nobody cares. You're the only one. You're essentially the only one here that doesn't actually care. Because when I bring up the involvement of your government and what they did in the Balkans, what they did in Latin America, and elsewhere, and in the Indian subcontinent, they get interested in their ears perk up. You know. Kitover, you've done some praise. Oh, we have a current reader in the Chrome. I'm not sure what they do for current. Why you there? Well, I mean, it's a French word. It means tarot. The last E is silent. So that it's called a tarot. That's what they're called. Tarot. Or not tarot.
Dr. Ten's got Trump derangement syndrome. Nothing makes this uncomfortable. He's out of his mind. Every day for 100 years, he's been creating a flat earth room. He's a fucking wanker, a fucking low IQ Jamaican dingbat.
Yeah, fuck you, you bumble club. Yeah, fucking reality. What the fuck?
Most people think a great God is gonna come out of the sky, take everything away, and make everybody feel high. But if you knew what your life was worth here on Clubhouse, you wouldn't create the flat earth room for 100 fucking years. You'd do something with your fucking life, you fucking loser, Trump derangement syndrome, fucking low IQ motherfucker. Why are you so gay? want to make a public service room announcement that Abraham is not a rabbi and he has stolen my PTR. Was that an 80s band? Kitover.